S. S.
Öyle aldım ses geliş. Üç saniye basılı tutuyorsunuz. Kapanıyor. Aynı şekilde kapatıyor. Bunu tuşuna aynı şekilde basılı tutuyor, basılı tutuyor, kapatıyor. Bunları burada bırakıyorum.
Si.
Hi, Dimitris. Can you hear us?
Hi, Kemal. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I hope you can see us as well. We have more than 40 people as physical and expect more than 100 people as online.
Okay.
So we can hear you.
You can see me as well?
Yes.
Right. Now, for the presentations, can you ask Odysseus after his presentation on the introduction about TH 2020, if you can play the survey so that the participants, both physical and remote, can fill it in so that we can understand what is the profile of the participants and what is the level of
Let's
interest.
see Professor Ferrari when he's joined. I think we may have time to reflect the slide of questions so we can manage. Please write me by WhatsApp. I will send you my details to you.
Merhaba herkese. Öncelikle katılımınız için teşekkür ederiz. Gerçekten yoğun bir katılım var. Çok sağ olun. Umarım faydalı bir eğitim programı olacak. 2 günlük bir bu süreçte size özellikle 2022 yılının son döneminde mevcut 2022 Ufuk Avrupa dijital alanı konu başlıklarını size tanıtmaya çalışacağız. Öncelikle ben kendimi tanıtayım. Ben Hasan Burak Tiflik. Ufuk Avrupa, yani TÜBİTAK'ta araştırma altyapıları ve Ufuk Avrupa Küme 4 Dijital Endüstri ve Uzay Ulusal İrtibat Noktası olarak faaliyet gösteriyorum. Öncelikle kısa bir bilgi sunmak isterim. Bugünkü eğitimden önce bazı Ufuk Avrupa ile ilgili bazı hususları netleştirelim isterim ve projeyle ilgili kısa bilgi verelim. Bu etkinlik İPA projemiz kapsamında sürmektedir. Öncelikle Ufuk Avrupa ile ilgili şöyle bilgi vereyim. Avrupa Birliği çerçeve programlarının sonuncusu. Yükseldim. Tamam. Avrupa Birliği çerçeve programlarına biz ülke olarak 6. ÇP'den bu yana katılıyoruz. Yani burada görüyorsunuz yükselen bir grafik var. Ve her bir programda Avrupa'da bu bütçesi toplam program bütçesi yükselmekte. Ufuk Avrupa'da neredeyse 100 milyar avroya kadar çıkmış durumda. Ve genel olarak dünyanın en büyük sivil Ar-Ge ve yenilik, sivil olması önemli, Ar-Ge ve yenilik programı. Burada tabii bilimsel araştırma ve yenilik projeleri fonlanmakta ve üniversite sanayi işbirliği teşvik edilmekte. Pek çok projede zaten program kapsamındaki çağrılarda çoğunda belli bir işbirliği kurma isteniyor. Burada da genelde zaten üniversite sanayi işbirliği ve uluslararası işbirlikleri ön planda oluyor. Yani buradaki özellikle bizim bugünkü programdaki bütün çağrılarda işbirliği kurulması gerekli. Doğrudan kendiniz başvuramıyorsunuz. Zaten birazdan da anlatacağım. Programa bakarsak 3 tane önemli kısım var. Birincisi bizim dijital programında yer aldığı küresel sorunlar ve endüstriyel rekabet. İkincisi yenilikçi Avrupa ve üçüncüsü bilimsel mükemmeliyet. Burada böyle bir dağılım var. Programın genel yapısı bu şekilde. Özellikle bilimsel mükemmeliyet biraz daha akademiye yönelik. Nitelikli bilgi ve nitelikli insan vurgulanıyor. Küresel sorunlar ve endüstriyel rekabet, yani bizim alanın da bulunduğu, kümenin de bulunduğu yer burası. Çözüm gerektiren güçlükler, yani belli bir etki oluşturma odaklı olarak projelere katılıyorsunuz. Bu projelere de genelde tek başınıza değil, başka ortaklarla beraber büyük problemleri, küresel sorunları çözmeye çalışılıyor. Son olarak da özellikle KOBİ'lerin birlikte geliştirme odaklı, yani özellikle Avrupa Yenilik Konseyi'nde yer alan KOBİ'lerin yoğun olarak katıldığı Yenilikçi Avrupa programı yer almakta. Altında da daha çok uluslararası işbirliklerin yoğunlaştığı ve ERA'nın güçlendirmesine dayalı bazı yatay alanlar bulunmakta. Burada fonlama türleri var. Tabii biraz önce dedik, yani gerçekten bütçe çok büyük, 100 milyar avro. Bunun nasıl dağıldığına bakacak olursak genelde 4 tane büyük fonlama türü var. Bunların en önemlisi RIA dediğimiz Research and Innovation Actions. Ar-Ge ve yenilik eylemleri, burada baktığımızda %100 oranında bir fonlama var. Yani siz ne kadar istiyorsanız onun %100'ünü veriyor. Onun üzerine de overhead dediğimiz %25 oranında bir fon sağlıyor. Yani gerçekten Şampiyonlar Ligi dememizin nedeni de bu. Girdiğiniz proje bazında %125'e yakın bir oranda geri dönüş alıyorsunuz. Diğeri yenilik pro, yani bunlar tabii hepsi her bir konu başlığında yazıyor. Yani bunlar da zaten bugün söylenecektir. Research Innovation Action. Eğer yenilik action ise, yenilik eylemi ise, yani Innovation Action ise, o zaman %70'e kadar bir fonlama var. Bu tabii firmalar için, yani kar amacı güden kuruluşlar için. Yine üniversiteler ve kar amacı gütmeyen kuruluşlar için yine %100 fonlama burada devam ediyor. Diğer CSA eylemleri tabii bu daha çok Ar-Ge dışı olan bazı konu başlıkları yer alıyor. Son olarak da ortak fonlama %30-%70 arası ülkelerin kendi arasında kararlaştırdığı ve diğer ülkelerle ortak olarak hazırladığı ve komisyonda katıldığı belli bir havuza para aktarmasıyla olabilir veya doğrudan konu başlıklarının belirlenmesiyle olabilir. Bu tür konu başlıkları da yer almakta. Proje hazırlık genel olarak başvurular çevrim içi. Tamamen Funding and Tender Opportunities portal üzerinden oluyor. Konsorsiyum yapısı Ar-Ge projeleri için bir AB üye ülkesinin yanı sıra 2 üye veya asosiye ülkeden kuruluşun katılması lazım. Bu tabii minimum requirement. Yani yeter şart, genelde pek çok proje bundan daha fazla ortak istiyor. Yani fonlanan projelere baktığımızda daha fazla ortağın yer alması gerekiyor. Fonlanabilir ülkeler arasında zaten ülkemiz yer almakta ve diğer ülkeler de burada zaten yer almakta. Fonlama ihale portalı sayfası burada. Bu sayfa üzerinden. Tabii bunu koordinatör ve yani koordinatörden gelen direktifle yani ortaklar buraya onay vermesi gerekecek. İşte burada mesela bir konu başlığı örneği görmektesiniz. Bunlar zaten bugün hangi konu başlıklarının yer aldığını göstereceğiz size. Eğitim öncesi önemli noktalardan hızlıca bahsedelim. Öncelikle projeniz çalışma programındaki konu çağrı içeriğine uygun hazırlanmalı. Yani bu zaten içerik bugün aktarılacak. Proje fikriniz iddialı ve teknolojinin bugünkü durumunun ötesine geçecek mahiyette olmalı. Tabii bunu siz hani doğrudan kendiniz hazırlamayacaksınız. Koordinatörle beraber olacak, yani koordinatörle beraber yapacağınız projenin bu şekilde olması gerekiyor. İzleyeceğiniz bilimsel yöntem disiplinler arası araştırma, cinsiyet eşitliği ki bu çok önemli son zamanlar ve açık erişim pratiklerini dikkate almalı. Ufuk Avrupa'nın diğer programlardan asıl farklı olduğu kısım bu kısım. Şu cinsiyet eşitliği ve açık erişim pratikleri çok önem veriyor buraya ve her birisi için bir strateji isteniyor. Projenizin çıktıları ve iddiasında olduğu etki çalışma programında belirtilen çerçeveye uygun içerik ve detayda anlatılmalı. Her bir konu başlığında zaten burada göreceksiniz. Expected Impact kısımları olacak. Ve bu Expected Impact kısımlarına proje genelinde çok dikkat edilmesi gerekiyor. Projenin etkisini artırmaya yönelik yayılım, iletişim ve kullanım strateji ve eylemleri projenizde detaylıca açıklanmalı. Yani bir dissemination stratejisi olmalı projenin. Ve proje ortakları, kaynaklar ve iş planının yetkinliği ve kalitesi projede net bir şekilde detaylandırılmalı. Özellikle Innovation Action projelerinde iş planının, business planının olması önemli. Biraz kendimizden bahsedelim. Biz ulusal irtibat noktaları olarak neredeyse her alanda en az 2 kişi çalışarak bu işi yürütmekteyiz. İşte burada bilimsel mükemmeliyet alanında yenilikçi Avrupa ve yine özellikle sunduğumuz desteklerle ilgili TÜBİTAK destekleri ve yasal finansal konular da arkadaşlar yer almakta. Burada kümeler yer almakta. Biz küme 4'teyiz. Dijital Endüstri Uzay. Diğer kümeler de burada. Biraz İPA 2 kapsamında Türkiye'nin Horizon 2020 projesi kapsamında bu faz 2 projesi daha önce faz 1'i tamamlanmıştı. Ekosistemimizin yeni başarılı imza atmasının desteklenmesi için böyle bir projeyi biz sunduk Avrupa Komisyonu'na. Avrupa Komisyonu da bu projeyi kabul etti. Ve yıllardır bu proje devam etmekte ve artık son aşamalarındayız. Umarım bir sonraki dönemde yeni projeyi alabiliriz. Burada bizim ana amaçımız eğitim faaliyetlerinin yürütülmesi, danışmanlık, işbirliği ağlarının geliştirilmesi ve ekosistemimizin yeni başarılara imza atması olacaktır. Genel olarak ülkemizin Ufuk 2020 performansından da biraz bahsetmek isterim. Yani durumumuz aslında gayet iyi gözüküyor. 2019 yılı öncesinde koordinatör sayımız 7 iken Aralık 2020 itibariyle 29'a çıkmış durumda. Gayet yükselen bir trend var. Proje sayımız 7635 ve toplam 1310 tane Türk yürütücümüz yer almakta. Burada görüyorsunuz yani araştırma kuruluşları, kamu kurum kuruluşları ve diğer dağılım burada veriyoruz. Ve 2019 yılına itibaren bizim bir katkı payı aktarıyorduk. Onun geri alma oranımız da yükselmiş durumda %113'e. Bu tabii artık Ufuk Avrupa'da Pay as you go modeli var. Yani ne kadar ödersek, ne kadar proje alırsak o kadar ödüyoruz. Sitemiz üzerinden zaten pek çok kişi de mail buradan gitmişler büyük ihtimalle. Ufuk Avrupa.org.tr resmi internet sitemiz. Burada biz alan özelinde sayfalar var ve devamlı bu arkadaşlarımız bu sayfaları güncelliyor. Etkinlik takviminde etkinlikleri bulabilirsiniz. Başarı hikayeleri, çağrı takibi, Avrupa ağları ve bülten ve haberler buradan yayınlanmakta. Ben teşekkür ediyorum. Bunun yanı sıra bizim destek programlarımız da var. Hem seyahat desteği hem ağlar üyelik desteği. Sayfa üzerinden bu destekleri takip edebilirsiniz. Ben teşekkür ediyorum.
Hi, Professor Mr. Ferrari. Could you hear me?
Yes.
If you wish, we can start with your presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe we can first have a look at the presentation and the quality, like. Okay, this looks fine after. I think we have lost it. Maybe you can just reshare it, the screen.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes, we can see it, but it's, I think, in the presenter mode. Okay, this is fantastic.
Can you see a full screen? A full screen
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you may proceed it with the presentation. Thank you very much, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so can you hear me well? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yeah.
hear you. Okay.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. And I am pleased today to discuss with you the evolution of the graphene flagship from its start doing the FP7 phase to Horizon Europe, where we are going to go afterwards. So unfortunately, I cannot see you from my screen. So if you need to ask something or interrupt me, please speak. So before I go to the flagship itself, I think it's important to remind ourselves of how things proceed when we go from the beginning of a material to its application in mass production. So many people will know that silicon, the first when it comes to silicon, it took about 150 years, 120 years between when it was discovered and when it was used in electronics. In particular, the first transistor was invented in Bell Labs in 1947, as you can see here. And this doesn't look too much of something of interest. If you go nowadays with something like this to the EC to ask for money, or even to a company, they will laugh at you because it looks like a set of rocks, one on the top of each other. And yet this was the beginning of modern electronics, and it was in 1947. It took 11 years to have the first integrated circuit. And in fact, the material that was utilized for the 1947 device was germanium and not silicon. This means that for many years, we have been working, or people worked on a single material, and then they had to change completely 11 years later. So it is only in 1960 that we have the first CMOS device that looks vaguely like a modern electronic device like we have today. So that took from 1947 until 1960. So again, 13 years. And then if we go forward in time, in 2014, we have the development of the 14 nanometer technology. But this node of this technology, we are 2014, so a long time ago already, requires an investment for each of the node that is significantly expanding. Now we are approaching the 3 nanometers. And to do that, you need $5 to $10 billion just to develop one node the next node in the electronics technology based on a device that was invented in 1947. And in fact, the investment until today has been massive in the trillions of dollars. So why do I say all of this? Because when it comes to graphene, the initial investment of the European Union, which was 1 billion divided by 2, may look like a lot of money over a period of 10 years, but is actually nothing in order to develop a technology. You know this Gartner chart, and we can assume the technology trigger to be around 2010, because in 2004, graphene was first produced, but then it took a few years for industry to notice it. In fact, IBM started to work on it in 2009 and 10, and in 2010, we have the Nobel Prize. Where are we here? Of course, there's been a few years where people were promising all sorts of impossible things. Now we are slowly reaching the plateau of productivity, and this is where the graphene flagship comes in. The graphene flagship comes in to avoid this curve to go down the floor, but to actually join seamlessly to the productivity and the final application of the device. So if we consider the evolution of the graphene flagship over the years, then it's interesting to see how everything started. So everything starts in 2010 with a workshop that is organized in Brussels to discuss this future and emerging technology flagship, where 1 billion euros will be devoted over a 10 years period. And this will be jointly funded by the EC and the member states. That's to be very important, this sentence, because essentially we ended up with 500 million to be funded by the EC and the other 500 by the member states. So in May 2010, we presented the first idea for a graphene flagship. In June 2010, we assembled a small consortium of 9 partners for the pilot projects. Important, it is included, of course, me and Chalmers, but also the Nobel Prize winners, Novoselo and Gain. In October 2010, we submitted a pilot proposal, and this was an important date because a few days after we submitted, a Nobel Prize was awarded for the work on graphene. And then in January 2011, 6 pilots were approved, and those ran for a period of about 1 year, from May until April 2012. Each of the 6 pilots received about 1 million or 1.5 million euros in order to reach out to all the community to get this done. And then the actual proposal of the flagship was submitted in October 2012. So already 2 years went by from the start to when the proposal was submitted. And the interview was in December, the 10th of December, 2012. And then finally in January 2013, 2 flagships were announced, the graphene and the human brain projects. But of course, at that time, there was the negotiation period. So the negotiation went on from January until September. And finally, the project started in the 1st of October, 2013, 3 years after the original concept was discussed. So it's it really takes took quite a while in order to to get to this point of the project. So it started with a ramp-up phase where there was an initial funding of only 54 million for 2.5 years, so about 18 million per year. Immediately at the start, and then we immediately expanded the flagship, as I will discuss later, and then this led to a 23 million per year funding. And after 2.5 years, we started the course with the EC funding of 50 million per year that is continuing until today, plus the national funding. So the initial flagship consortium was a combination of a collaborative project and the coordination and support action. This is very important because it's actually very different, as I will discuss later, from what will happen in Horizon Europe. So in Horizon Europe, the two will be decoupled. In my from my personal view, it's not a good idea, but that's what the AC has decided to do. So we started with 75 partners. There were more than one group of partners from 17 countries. And these included, of course, universities, research centers, and so on and so forth. And we had a focus also on companies. So a small but significant fraction of the total at the time was indeed companies, even though this was modified later on with a much bigger participation of companies to this proposal. So we focused on the value chain, so how to go from applied research to from fundamental research to applied research to industrial research development, and to the industrial value chains, so how to go from materials to composites to systems. So what did we do? How did we prepare this program? In fact, during the pilot phase, we have conducted roadmap consultation, where literally everybody was able to submit to this website ideas for what the flagship should be about. And I, together with Volodya Falco, was one of the two responsible of this submission. So it's interesting that we received a variety of different submissions from member states, from Denmark, Finland, France, Netherlands, Spain, and Switzerland. And then we had individual submission from different countries. For example, you see the UK did not submit a single proposal, a single one country proposal, but there were loads of individual submissions. And the same was for Italy or for Hungary and other countries. So this was then cooked down during this 1 year pilot phase in roadmap meetings that dealt with the technology side of it in Cambridge, with the first principle computational methodology in Lancaster, and with the synthesis and characterization for application we had it in Windermere. And then one on composites that was held in Manchester. So it has to be said that during this time, Cambridge, Lancaster, and Manchester were three of the key partners of the nine partners consortium. So we, as I mentioned before, we had a small number of companies, but we recognized immediately that we had to expand significantly the number of companies. And so we also organized a workshop where many companies, many industries participated. And then finally, in April 2012, we created a road mapping day. This was held in Cambridge. You can see we went, this is Yari Kinneret, who is the director, coordinator of the flagship, and I'm now the chair of the management panel and the science and technology officer. And we created this roadmap. This was the initial sketch. And this ended up in the platform that has informed all our work for the past 10 years. So we start with graphene, with all the beautiful properties of graphene that I'm not going to discuss. But to be very clear, from the very beginning, the 2D crystal and the heterostructures were part of our roadmap. So even though we decided to call it the graphene flagship because it was easier for people to remember, the reality is that from day one, the flagship has been about all the layered materials, all the 2D materials. So what we envisage is that at the beginning, many different production techniques will be investigated. And the blue side in this graph is the industrial share, while the red one is the blue one is the academic work share, while the red one represents the industrial work share. So at the beginning, most of the work will be done in universities, and then later on, this will translate to industrial applications. And of course, most of these techniques will not survive, and only some will survive. In the middle, we will see an explosion of components, because once we have the material, every possible component would have been done, and it has been done over the years. But again, not all of them will survive, only few of them will become very useful. And then the most important part, which is where we are now, and is the starting point for Horizon Europe, is the system integration. Because individual components, individual devices are not enough. One needs to make a full integrated system if you really need to get want to reach production. And in fact, our vision is to focus on composites, optoelectronics, energy storage and conversion, and health. And this is not really accidental. If it will be discussed later today, these are the 4 topics for the Horizon Europe Core, which is exactly what we envisaged in 2012, and now it's 2022. So I'm actually very surprised on our plan is being followed, was followed, and will be followed almost to the letter. And of course, at the end of the day, we want to have societal benefits, jobs, and education. In terms of technology readiness level, and we will come back to this at the end of my presentation, clearly during our ramp-up phase, we started very small. In the core 1, we pointed towards higher TRL. Please note, however, that the arrow always starts from 1, because the graphene flagship has always supported fundamental innovation at any stage. In fact, the vast majority of advances in graphene and layered materials since 2012 have been created by partners of the flagship. New materials, new heterostructures, new concept, new physics. But we always had to push it forward to get to the higher TRL. So that's core 2 and that's core 3 where we are now. And that is what, this is important because this is the space that Horizon Europe will fulfill. So again, if we look at this slide, when we started Graphene Flagship, in the ramp-up phase, we got 54 million, in core 1, 89 million. 10% of the budget went to administration and services. 23% of the budget went to fundamental research, and about 67% of the money went to applied research, but there was no ITRL development in the ramp-up phase and in core 1. So ramp up until 16, core 1 until 18, and so on. Then core 2 ended in 2020, core 3 will end in October 2023, and the future is Horizon Europe. So in core 2, the numbers are slightly changing, with 12% of the funding dedicated to ITRL research, and in core 3, we have 30% of the funding dedicated to ITRL research. And also very importantly, we launched what is called the experimental pilot line. The experimental pilot line is fully devoted to creating a factory where a fab, at least the pilot fab, where companies can launch requests for integrated systems based on graphene and related materials. So how is the flagship organized? We have 4 scientific divisions, 1 administrative division, 1 partnering division, where we have a large number of associated members and partnering projects. In fact, it's almost 1-to-1 the balance. Remember, 500 million in total would come from the EC, 500 million would come from member states. These member states are funding many partners, many institutions who are not partner of the core projects, but they are associated to the flagship, and that's how we get the total. So we have 20 work packages, 15 on research and innovation, and 5 on management aspects, and 1 partnering division, as I mentioned before. So this keeps being updated. So we have at least 100 and probably 20 nowadays associated members. They cover 26 EU and associated countries, including Turkey. So now, from starting from 9 partners, only in 3 basically European countries, Sweden, UK, and Italy, we are now covering 27 member states and associated countries, both with the partners and the associated members. And very importantly, if you look at this, the large companies are really taking a significant share of the total. So this is the picture, and we have the distribution of partners and associated members. Again, this picture is changing over time, so this is about 1 year old, but it gives a representation of where the distribution is, including in Turkey. So division 1 is enabling science and materials, so enabling research, spintonics, enabling materials. Division 2 is health, medicine, and sensors, health and environment, biomedical technologies, and sensors. Division 3 is electronics and photonics integration, electronic devices, photonics and optoelectronics, flexible electronics, wafer scale integration. Division 4 is energy composites and production, so energy generation, energy storage, functional forms and coatings, and polymer composites and production. And division 6 is an administrative division. Remember that this is a CPCSA, so it's a single proposal that includes the coordination and support action and the collaborative projects, all in a single proposal. So this will be the CSA normally. So we have the innovation, dissemination, management, industrialization. So if you look at the call for Horizon Europe, there will in fact be two calls. The one that you are discussing today is the first call. There will be a second one published later on. This will reflect almost one-to-one the structure that we have now. For example, there will be a call that covers energy generation and storage, and another one that covers functional forms and coating, composite and production. And there is another one that covers electronics and photonics integration. And there is another one that covers health, medicine, and sensors. And then you can ask me, what happens to division 1? Yes, the call will come out next year. So there will be another call that will cover enabling science, and another call that will cover the pilot line and the fundamental science. So in terms of production, in 2013, we started making samples. Now we are in a situation where the samples are made on a large scale. It can be integrated in a variety of sectors. So I want to give you a quick example. So you all know about the Scotch tape, the metal segregation, silicon carbide, CVD, chemical synthesis, and liquid phase. This was the status with graphene in 2004, 1 single micron of exfoliated flake. By the start of the Flagship, we already had 30-inch production. And within the Flagship, for example, Einstein, that has been a partner of the Flagship from the beginning, has created production level 200, 300 millimeter wafer systems and continuous roll-to-roll systems. And I just skip a few lines, but slides, but to say that nowadays the cost for production is well below the 100 euro per square meter when it comes to wafer scale. And then more recently, this closed couple shower head reactor MOCVD system, this can grow graphene, HBN, TMDs, all the layered materials and the retrostructures directly. The other approach that was developed, in fact, by Cambridge and Trinity College in 2008 is the liquid phase exfoliation. It's very simple. Take graphite, chuck it in some water, exfoliate, and ideally get 100% graphene monolayers. In the first paper that was published in 2008, this was only 0.8% yield, 0.8% yield. So 99.2% of the material was thrown away. And nowadays we have high pressure homogenizers, one single machine. This is 50, so it's about 1 meter by 1 meter, can produce 5,000 liters per year of ink, or about, between 500 and 3,000 kilograms per year of powder, and it can do it with 100% yield. So I can show you maybe a movie. This is a printing, an inkjet printer. This was done in 2011, where we had the first printing of graphene on a piece of paper. And this resulted in a variety of application areas like flexible electronics, RFIDs antenna, energy storage, sensing, printed circuit boards, smart textiles, and so on. So I can show you an example here. This is literally printing in a very simple way. This is a screen printer. That's a bottle of ink. This is a printing place that we use to print posters, like for conferences. So instead of a poster, we give our ink. And very simply, you can print a circuit board just by doing like that. I'll give you a simple example. This is a piece of paper. These are sensors. This is a printed circuit board with graphene. This was done with another partner of the Flagship, Novalia, that is also spin out of the University of Cambridge. Then you can put pictures on them, like you can see here. And then what you get is a device that is made of paper. And you can actually play. Hopefully you can hear the music on your end. So printing didn't stop there. 3D printing, extrusion was possible. These are again graphene partner companies, Avanzare. They started producing graphene additives on industrial scale, and now they are opening a 30,000 square meter plant. That's their plan for this year. Other partners are like Cambridge Graphene Versarien, that's their facility. All of these things started from zero. As you can see here, capacity zero, and then it's been upgraded during the years. And these are already some products on the market used on the Olympic Games and some projects for sensors. Again, other startup from the Flagship has created these helmets that are now commercial. We have been testing with different universities drones, and also working with Airbus on the tail of the A350. Again, this is a picture, and this is done in Airbus is a partner of the Flagship. All what I'm citing here, these are all partners and all done over the years. And of course, also looking forward, there's a lot of interest in space. I will not go into much into the details, just to show that we're working on these looped pipes with Leonardo, another partner of the Flagship, and many other academic partners, to create a pump that has no moving part and so can be used in satellites. I will skip a little bit the background. This is the first device that we tested. Actually, thanks to the Graphene Flagship and the European Space Agency, we could actually do these tests in zero gravity. I mean, this is me not really testing, but enjoying myself in this zero gravity flight. So this has given opportunities. There are opportunities for funding. They really cover a variety of other agencies, not just the European Commission per se. We also have done testing using these rockets. And this is a picture of the Kiruna site where we launched this rocket into space a couple of years ago. This is the picture of the launch. I will not show you the video, but this will also be covered in the next experiment next year. So as I stressed at the beginning of the presentation, the Graphene Flagship was never about graphene itself. It was always graphene and the other layered materials. And going towards Horizon Europe, basically the world is going to be 2DM, two-dimensional material, two-dimensional layered materials. So we know that we have insulating, semiconducting, and superconducting systems. Over the years, thanks again to the Graphene Flagship, we have been able to identify that there are at least 1,800 of these materials, probably up to 5,000. So people are still debating how many they are. Only very few, less than 20, have been studied, and probably only less than 5, like graphene, HBN, MOS2, and WSE2 and S2, have been studied to a certain extent. Very importantly, in the second call, not this one, the one after in Horizon Europe, it will target the discovery, the investigation also via artificial intelligence of all the other layered materials that we've not worked on until now. So for example, the Balco MOS2 is an indirect band gap, and when we exfoliate, it becomes direct band gap, and so it becomes very useful for optoelectronics. So the reality is that in the past, we have looked at the individual materials like the ingredients of a sandwich, but what needs to be done today is to put them together. And you know very well that eating the individual components of a hamburger is not the same as eating the made-up hamburger. And people pay, or maybe you ate it, but you like salad. But if you put everything together, the taste is definitely different. So putting together the layer materials open a almost virtually infinite range of opportunities. And this will be the focus for the fundamental science doing Horizon Europe. So we want to create these structures. They are made on demand. They have a different properties and they cannot be found in nature. So we have all these layered materials. We now need to put them together, create these new structures that are not normally present in nature, but they are tailored. And this is again the focus of the future in Horizon Europe. I will skip a few slides, but I just want to say that again, all the areas have progressed a lot. I don't really have time to go to all of these, but this is important because the photonics and electronics application are one of the first 3 calls that will happen in Horizon Europe. So it's very important to know where we got until now. For example, the optical properties of graphene have been used to create a variety of lasers. I will just skip them. This is an example of a mode lock laser. These have been used to do, for example, stimulated Raman scattering for tumor detection. So this is a prototype of one of the spinouts of the Flagship krill, and they are partner of Core 3. Nowadays, everything is converging towards the 5th industrial revolution, where we have cyber physical systems together with artificial intelligence and smart systems. So in a way, that's also where the Flagship is going. Combination of artificial intelligence, photonics, electronics, neuromorphic computing, neuromorphic photonics, and so on. And you will then be able to see this by simply reading the call for proposals. A key point is the global emission. We need to reduce energy consumption, but our call, a 1-hour Zoom call, produces 300 grams of CO2. Training AI models is the equivalent of 5 times the average lifetime of a core. And most importantly, the aberration that is the Bitcoin, the energy required to mine a Bitcoin is equivalent to the energy used by an American family over 2 years. So graphene can play a key role in addressing these parts, and especially when it is integrated with silicon photonics. I will not go into the details, but again, the target, and these are all targets within Horizon Europe: reduction of cost, increase of speed, and especially at least 75% lower power consumption. So graphene is ultra fast. It can be produced at volume. It works at room temperature, and in particular is wavelength agnostic, so it can work at all the wavelength. And that's why a key part of the first call, 16.5 million, so the biggest of the 3 calls of Horizon Europe, will be dedicated to photonics and optoelectronics. I will skip this part because there's no point. I mean, work has already been done, but I don't think we want to go there. The important other point is that during Core 3, we launched what are called the Spearhead projects. So these 11 industry-led initiatives aimed at increasing the technology readiness levels of graphene. And as I mentioned before, there is also the pilot line. And these projects that are going to finish in October 2023 are an infrared imager for camera systems, filters for water purification, wireless dashboard for automotive, autonomous vehicle imaging, self-cleaning air purification systems, wavelength agnostic 200 G coherent transceiver, integrated perovskite silicon solar cells, batteries for automotive application, maintenance-free circuit breakers for smart power transmission and distribution, thermoelectric ice protection system. And these are the symbols of the 11 spearheads that are running now. All of them are led by industry. So we also have a technology and innovation roadmap that will cover what happens until 2030 and beyond. This will be published. It's about, it's very long. It has about 5,000 references. It's about 200 or 300 pages long, and it will be published at the beginning of 2023. And this will inform the activities that we will do until 2030 and beyond. I will not go through the details at the moment. Just quickly to show, in Nature Energy a couple of weeks ago, the first solar farm was published. This is based in Crete, and this is the first, world first, based on graphene perovskites, and it has very good performance. Remember one of the 3 calls on Horizon Europe is energy harvesting and generation. We have this self-powered textile for wearable electronics. This is a prototype of the car, the Fiat car with a wireless dashboard that is going to be produced during Core 3. Remember, one of the 3 calls in Horizon Europe is on composites, and this is based on composites. This is the plane of Lufthansa that has installed the filtration systems based on the graphene work. And again, this will be included in one of the 3 calls. And this is the work done with Varta and BMW on batteries. Remember, one of the calls is on batteries. So, and this is the final example together with Nokia of a transceiver, but I don't really want to go into the details here. Finally, you are aware of the Quantum Flagship. The Quantum Flagship started recently. The Quantum Flagship has a much bigger funding than the Graphene Flagship in Horizon Europe. But what is happening now is that, as in the past for the first quantum revolution, for the second quantum revolution at the basis of the Quantum Flagship, advanced materials are interesting platforms. So in fact, layered quantum materials are used and are also part of the Quantum Flagship to create single photon emitters. So this field started a very few years ago, and with arrays of single photon sources, quantum integrated LEDs, and now the target going forward, and there will also be a call in the Quantum Flagship or quantum integrated photonic circuits, is literally to make an integrated photonic circuit with a single photon emitter, single photon processing, and single photon detectors, and layered materials can play a key role here as well. So if we look at the Graphene Europe in the lead, I was asked to discuss only about the CSA. Very important, what does it say? This is taken from the text. The starting point is the Graphene Flagship, launched in 2013, which already reached European leadership in graphene and related to the materials. That's what I've shown so far. The work is now coming to a critical point where first products are being launched, as I showed you. Research and innovation activities are now needed to accelerate in order to translate the achieved technologies at TRL 3 to 5, which is what we achieved at Core 3, into concrete innovation opportunities and into production capabilities in many sectors: aviation, automotive, electronics, battery, healthcare. I only briefly mentioned healthcare, but I wanted to give you most of the examples. So the objective is strengthen and accelerate the technology development that supports a strong European supply and value chain in graphene and related materials, and provide first mover market advantages of scale. So the coordination and support action. So what happens in Horizon Europe, instead of being an integrated CP-CSA, the research and innovation projects, RIA and IAs, are going to be funded independently of the CSA. However, if you read the call text, when you submit the RIA or IA proposal, you must make reference on how you will contribute to the CSA. So the CSA needs to keep the coherent initiative and provide a key support function, enabling all the projects to find synergies in their work and share best practice. So what happens is that after the projects are known, the selected ones, there will be an amendment to the CSA to ensure that all of them are mentioned directly and they can work directly with the CSA. So the proposal for the CSA needs to address and guarantee a sustainable European leadership, capitalize upon the investment made so far, exploiting the scientific, technological, and innovation outcomes of the investments already done in the past. The coordination action will, of course, need to coordinate all the projects of the Graphene Flagship that will be selected under the call topics. As I said, there are calls coming out now, and there's another set of calls coming out next year. Potentially, there may or may not be a third set of calls. They should address the coordination to build an initiative that includes governance, community engagement, dissemination, communication, outreach, dialogue with the public. It will work on standardization activity, new education and training curricula, promoting innovation, developing research and innovation roadmap activity, liaising and supporting with coordination with the relevant national and regional initiatives on layered materials, and supporting the dialogue with other international programs and initiatives in the field. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hi, Professor. Thank you for the presentation. If you wish, we can receive some questions from the participants if they have. But it looks like no one has any question, or we have a one. Okay.
Hello, this is Şener from Bosphorus University. Thank you very much for the talk. So my question is, how do we go about getting into these consortiums? Like, what should we do practically? Thank you.
So let me take a step back. At the moment, in the Graphene Flagship, there is less than 20% of the participants that were present in 2010. Which means that almost 80% of the participants in 2023 are new. And not to speak about the associated members. So over the years, the Graphene Flagship has always renovated itself, and we had many, many calls when we published. In particular, starting from the first one where 68 new partners were accepted. Every year, 20 to 30 new partners were accepted, okay? And 10 to 20 old partners went out. Now, in the Horizon Europe, unfortunately, there is no flagship coordination of these calls as we had in the past. This is all done by the European Commission, which means I cannot tell you how or what you need to do apart from what is published in the call. So everybody can apply for this research and innovation action, and CSA. The CSA are, in full disclosure, Chalmers and Cambridge, the European Science Foundation, the same people who were running the administrative function of the Graphene Flagship are planning to submit a CSA proposal, which makes sense, but this is only for the coordination. Of course, everybody else is welcome to submit. And when it comes to the other three calls, you can imagine that the participants of the respective work packages are planning to submit a proposal. But this proposal is fully competitive, and we have no idea who is going to be selected in any of these areas. There is no influence of the current members of the Graphene Flagship of any of these decisions. It will be fully decided by European Commission. In fact, this model was utilized for the ramp-up phase of the Quantum Flagship, and it resulted in many groups not being successful, other groups that nobody would have thought they would be successful being successful, and sometimes overlap of proposals. So two very similar proposals were submitted. So now you need to contact your colleagues, look at the call text and simply apply. That's the only way to do, because that is how the new scheme has changed.
Thank you, Professor Ferrari. This is Osman from ICE in the UK. My question is more from the UK perspective on this Graphene Flagship program. How do you see the predictive future of UK post-Brexit in this program? And let's say if the UK is not part of this program anymore, would this affect the program in any adverse way, or do you have any strategy for that?
So let me stress again that I will be submitting a coordination and support action from the UK together with Sweden. So we need to be very careful when we discuss about the UK, because there is a lot of misconception out, and I will try to clarify it. Based on the withdrawal agreement that was signed by both the UK and all the members of the European Union, UK is fully 100% entitled to apply for almost any program of Horizon Europe. I say almost because there are 2 or 3 exceptions. The Graphene Flagship is not part of these exceptions. So UK partners are welcome, and in fact, they will in mass submit proposals, as far as I can tell from these informal discussions I have. I am at the University of Cambridge, and the University of Cambridge is one of the most successful universities in getting Horizon Europe funds. And I personally have already participated in funded Horizon Europe grants, European Innovation Council grants, European Research Council grants, all granted after Brexit. So the scheme is very simple. Once the proposal is accepted and the grant agreement is signed, you simply need to upload the proposal in the UK in the Guarantee Fund webpage, which for ERC is the EPSRC JES system, and for EIC is the Innovate UK system, for example. We don't know which one they will choose for the Graphene Flagship. It is probable that because the TRL is higher, they may use the Innovate UK. So you simply upload your grant agreement there, and within a few days, like literally the first time I did it was after 2 days, you get an email with the confirmation of the UK funding. On the top of all of this, the UK is using a very generous exchange rate. So in fact, you get a very generous amount in pounds with respect to the amount in euros. So everything works fine, perfectly, and there is no problem at the moment.
Thank you.
Professor, I do believe this was all from the participants. Thank you very much for one more time. The presentation was perfect. I'm sure the rest is also feel the same. If you have time, you can stick to us because the rest will be held in English also 100%, so there won't be any language barrier. So I think that is all.
Okay, thank you, goodbye.
Welcome. We started with the presentations, so we didn't have the chance to welcome you. I hope you had a nice break last week. We planned this event slightly differently. We were supposed to be here. We were supposed to be here, 3 of us. Unfortunately, my colleague Dimitris contracted COVID. So he's not here. Incidentally, 10 days ago, I also contracted COVID, but I'm recovering now. So you may not want to share a lot of face-to-face time with me. I'm kidding, I'm fine, I'm tested negative. We will do the schedule, we'll do the agenda as you know it. So today we are going to present, we already presented the graphene calls, and my colleague Usman and Dimitris will present the calls, and in the afternoon we'll have a session on how to write a proposal and how to understand the new templates. So today will be, Usman is here, thankfully. he's fine. He doesn't have any COVID. So 2 out of 3. But Dimitris will join online. So we will have this online and live sessions for today. Tomorrow, we have a more interactive approach, as you may remember from the agenda. So we will ask you, we will organize you into groups, and we will ask you to work on an exercise on how to prepare a concept note and start working on your proposal and working the same way that you would work if you would submitting a proposal. So tomorrow will be a more interactive day. We'll split you into groups. You will do your work, and then me and Usman will be here to help you in private sessions, addressing your questions and help you to improve your proposal. So that's all from me now. I don't want to take any more time. I will give the floor to Usman, or is it Dimitris now? It's Dimitris.
Yeah. Hi, Odysseus. Can you hear me?
Ah, Dimitris.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and I hope you can see me now. Well, based on the schedule, I can go through the call topics that are open for the Graphene flagship, apart from the support action that already Professor Andrea Ferrari mentioned. Of course, I don't have the field expertise to explain the details on the graphene technical topics, but I will adopt the perspective of a proposal applicant, or on some basic things that each applicant should take into consideration, as well as, of course, some strategies on how a potential partner could join proposal consortia, either in this call or in future ones. Let me share my screen. Just a moment. And please let me know if you can see it in yes, presentation mode.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Sorry, let me, okay. So there are 5 topics that are open for November this year. One is the coordination and support action. There are 3 research and innovation actions, so only 1 innovation action at a higher TRL level, with an indicative overall budget of around 43 million euro. Overall, 8 projects are expected to be funded with an average funding rate for 5.4 million euro per project. It is, I think, very important to stress what Professor Andrea Ferrari mentioned, is that the Graphene flagship has started since more or less 10 years ago. And there is a vibrant community, which is also very dynamically changing all this time. So for newcomers, I think it's very important to get into contact with existing players to better understand the opportunities that exist for them. And I'm not referring only to funding opportunities, but actually to business opportunities or to scientific opportunities in the long run from a strategic perspective. So for those that are not within this community, it will need some considerable time to invest to understand the potential that graphene can have on their domain areas. So the 3 research innovation actions focus on the optoelectronics sector, on the energy storage and harvesting sector, application sector domain, and biomedical. The innovation action, which is open, focuses on the composite sector. So as you can see in two of the topics on the biomedical and the composite materials topic, only one project will be funded. So in this case, it is really critical to identify who is actually coordinating a proposal so that you can join. I don't see that there are much opportunities for somebody to work from scratch. Whereas in the energy harvesting and storage, there are 2 projects to be funded and 3 projects under the optoelectronics topic. Now, the description of each topic sometimes is quite detailed, and this applies not only to graphene-related topics, but in general, speaking in Horizon Europe topics, there are some topics which are very descriptive, very lengthy descriptions about the requirements on the scope and the expected outcome. So it is really important to work on the details, because due to the high competition, most of the times are the details that may distinguish a proposal that will not be approved by a successful one. So sometimes it's also worth the case of investing on coordinating the proposal, but my understanding is that in the graphene topics of 2022, the best strategy for Turkish organizations particularly is to join existing consortia so that they can increase their own chances. And of course, in this case, what it matters most is to persuade the coordinators of the proposals that the Turkish organization can add significant value to the project and the proposal. Now, there have been some Turkish participants in graphene flagship, in the graphene flagship, or in graphene-related activities in the previous framework program, Horizon 2020. I checked through Cortis and I found these organizations that you see here. The interesting thing is that it's, of course, there are quite a few, there are not a lot of them, but it is interesting that there are projects that are in the graphene flagship. There are projects that are related, are funded by the ERC, projects on the Marie Curie, as well as a single feasibility study that has been funded by the SME instrument phase 1. So this is also important to know that there are some Turkish organizations which have experience in relation to R&D and innovation on graphene. So I would be fully aligned with what Andrea Ferrari mentioned, that we need to know the past for the graphene flagship to understand better the present, but also we need to have in mind in the future there are going to be additional calls either in the graphene flagship, but also in the quantum flagship that was mentioned and I was not aware. So these are issues you should take into consideration if you are interested in submitting or joining a proposal in the graphene area. Now, all the topics on the graphene fall within destination 4 of the cluster 4. So digital and emerging technologies for competitiveness and fit for the Green Deal. And all proposers should take into consideration the impact areas that this destination mentions and address them within their proposal. Now, the first topic is the new generation of advanced electronic and photonic 2D material-based devices, systems, and sensors. It's a research and innovation action starting from TRL 3 or 4, and at the end of the project is expected TRL 5, meaning validation at relevant environment. 5.5 million euro per project with 3 projects to be funded. And the expected outcome of these are new technological solutions with improved performance and reduced energy consumption, providing significant advances towards the integration of 2D materials technology and the emergence of competitive value chains in graphene in Europe. So again, I'm pointing to what Andrea said earlier, that integration is a key challenge now as we move to more mature type of applications closer to the market, closer to the applications. As far as the scope, the project should develop devices and systems bringing this two-dimensional material technology a step further towards the integration in with current technologies and the development of radically new prototypes for the industry for a wide range of application areas to overcome integration costs, functionalities, and power consumption challenges. Now, as far as the devices and applications that are within the scope, it is expected the development of electronic and photonic devices, including ultrafast circuits, photodetectors and modulators, broadband detectors, switches, sensors, advanced electronics, metamaterials, etc. So it's a quite wide range of applications, and the serving applications of these devices include 5G and 6G data communications, wireless connections, smart machine vision, autonomous robots and vehicles, Internet of Things, neuromorphic circuitry, and on imaging applications. So they should also demonstrate added value in terms of functionality, integration, miniaturization, performance, power consumption, cost compared to existing conventional technologies. And again, the scope covers also the integration of the value chain and the comparison of the relevant manufacturing technologies. Sorry, these are the COVID symptoms. Address a modeling and design, manufacturing, and characterization of developed devices and systems. Explore, develop, and assess the routes for integration of the two-dimensional materials into device and systems. Again, the focus is on industrial uptake in the long term. And for this reason, also activities should be included in relation to the future exploitation of results, and of course, to contribute to the governance of the Graphene Flagship initiative. Now, the second topic is about devices and systems for energy storage and harvesting or harvesting. Again, it's research and innovation, TRL 3.4. Again, at the end, TRL 5, validation at relevant industrial environment. One project to be funded at 9 million euro, And the expected outcomes are to demonstrate added value for energy storage devices and system applications where Europe can build competitive value chains. So here it's an indirect relation to the strategic autonomy of Europe. New technology solutions for portable energy sources outperforming alternative technologies in the sense of energy or power and density, operational safety, stability, mechanical flexibility, lightweight, thin thickness, and low cost that will enable the rapid development of power demanding smart devices, IoT sensors, and wearable electronics. So the scope covers the development of solutions demonstrating the potential value for large-scale energy storage technologies beyond the current lithium-ion technologies. So applications related to power grids, solar farms, wind farms, that will have, of course, some improved performances in terms of durability, safety, energy density, power density. On the other side, there can be also applications on supercapacitors and smaller devices, energy storage devices in structural parts of, for instance, airplanes or cars, etc. Energy harvesting is also within the scope, as also the title mentions. So in this respect, projects should investigate proof of concepts for energy conversion that can produce electricity in response to light. So like, for instance, the applications of graphene perovskites that Andrea mentioned, moisture, flowing liquid friction, pressure force, or heat, again with unprecedented characteristics or unique functionalities. The integration of the value chain and the incorporation of manufacturing technologies is needed as well. Some horizontal type of activities that are expected as in the previous topic. So facilitation of future exploitation or results, demonstration by the end of the project fully functional prototypes in relevant environments, so TRL 5, and again, a contribution to the governance of Graphene Flagship initiative. Now, the third topic, which is about my biomedical applications, again, the same research and innovation, starting TRL 3, 4, and TRL 5, 6 million euro, one project to be funded. Whereas the expected outcome are new technology solutions, including the unique properties of these materials to reduce cost, increase efficacy of diagnostics or therapies, or even provide new diagnostics or therapies for which there is currently no solution. Also, as an expected outcome, strengthening the European industrial position is expected in early diagnostics, disease prediction, prevention, monitoring, reducing the hospitalization time. And again, for the scope, projects should build on the multifunctionality allowed by these materials and demonstrate the advantages of combining, for instance, biocompatibility, chemical stability, biosensing, actuation, and integration with flexible electronic technologies. Implants also are within the scope of that kind of projects on this topic. So this chemical stability and biocompatibility are considered important. They have a translational perspective addressing how the device and systems will reach the clinic, preferably led by European industry. Again, here the focus is on how we can enhance the position of the European industry. It is also important in this case to bring together multidisciplinary teams, so spanning engineers, material scientists, pharmacologists, biologists, clinicians, patients, and ethics experts. Ethics is a particular aspect of that kind of project, particularly because they have to collect and manage sensitive data from, for instance, from patients. As far as the application areas are concerned, we have engineering, bioengineering of biochemical or bioelectronics diagnostics or therapeutic devices and platforms, sensors for digital health, electronics from brain-computer interfaces, taking advantage of flexible devices, medical imaging in combination with implantable devices, graphene for drug delivery of therapeutics. Safety aspects are of paramount importance and should be considered. And again, facilitating the future exploitation of results is pinpointed as an important type of activity. And with this topic, we close the 3 research innovation actions, and we are entering in the composites, coding and forms related topic, which is an innovation action starting from TRL 4 to 5, and at the end of the project can also reach TRL 7, meaning demonstration at real environment, with one project of 9 million euro to be funded. The expected outcome is new multifunctional, recyclable materials enabling solutions to environmental challenges. So environmental impact is a major dimension in this topic. So the scope projects should develop composites, aerogels, and foams that can bring the full nanoscopic functionality of these materials from nano and micro scale into the microscopic world. Develop 2D materials and technologies for environmental issues, including energy consumption reduction in the transport sector, oil spill removal from water, water purifications with low energy consumption, and improved water desalination. Projects should develop the next generation of lightweight recyclable composites and coatings with functionalities like high temperature performance, structural health monitoring, and as enablers for structural batteries, or hydrogen, even hydrogen storage. So ultra low friction surfaces are within the scope, reducing energy loss in sliding mechanical and electrical parts, and the development of 2-dimensional material forms enabling hydrogen economy through catalytic hydrogen generation and storage. So here again, I can see that multidisciplinary consortia are needed, bringing partners that have major competencies, for instance, in the hydrogen generation and storage sector. Again, the integration of the value chain is required and within the scope of the topic. And as a must is also to implement at the very beginning of the life cycle assessment and end of life materials management to fully capture the advantage and develop greener materials and processes. Again, horizontal activities include the facilitation of results exploitation. So by the end of the project, the fully functional materials should be demonstrated and prototype applications operating in relevant environment conditions, so minimum TRL 6, but if it is real environment conditions, then it's TRL 7. And with this, we finish the research innovation actions. I won't go through these slides. Andrea already explained quite broadly, and I guess that there is no much opportunities for the support action for Turkish participants unless they can join existing that are being built by the core partners. Now, what I would like to mention in the closing slide here is that there are actually other areas, funding opportunities where graphene-related projects can be funded. So under the EIC, Pathfinder or Transition, under Twinning scheme or the ERC and Marie Curie, we already seen that in the past, some Turkish participants have used these schemes. And of course, they're gonna be in the next work program, 2023-2024, some relevant topics, the pilot lines for 2D materials-based devices, but as well as sustainable, safe by design, two-dimensional material technology. What I have seen also, and I'm closing with this here, is that in the previous graphene flagship, there have been some invitations for partners to join. I'm not sure if this will remain in the future, but this is something that I wanted to pinpoint. So thank you very much. You can find also some information, some other info days on graphene-related topics in these links. Thank you.
So thank you, Dimitris. It's Kemal. Would you want me to show some slide questions, or you would like to evaluate once the people respond them?
Yeah, I think that it's because we have made some changes in the schedule this morning. I think this is the time that we can you can share the survey. Let me okay. I'll share my screen. And if the participants, both the physical ones and the ones that participate remotely, as I am, if they can fill in their responses, it will help us to understand better the profile of the participants, but also the topics, particularly related to the robotics, AI, data and robotics topics that are mostly interested in.
Thank you, Dimitris. Let me announce in Turkish how we use Slido usually. Bu slido.com'a girip hashtag'i, şurada yer alan dijital hashtag'i ile de oylamalara katılabiliyorsunuz. Yine aynı şekilde yukarıda yer alan QR kodu telefonlarınızın kamerasıyla da okutup oylamalara etkinlik süresince katılabilirsiniz. That's all, Dimitris. Thank you.
I don't know if in the meanwhile, as we wait for the participants to fill in the survey, if there are some questions.
So if there's any question from audience, we can.
I see that Andrea Ferrari is still with us, so maybe if some additional questions are for him. I think it's a unique opportunity for Turkish participants to have Andrea with them.
So now I pass the second questionnaire. So if it works for you, Dimitris, in the agenda, we have scheduled a coffee break at 12 p.m. Turkey time, which means 10 minutes later. So we can have a short break after the question response. What do you think about it?
Yeah, definitely. If there are no questions at this time, then we can have the break even now.
Okay,
and,
seems nice.
And then after the break, we resume with the results of the survey so that we can go through them and see what is.
Okay, we can keep survey open during the break. So we can have break until 12:10 in Turkey time.
Okay, are there any questions?
No, Dimitris. If there will be, we will direct you.
Okay. So then we can have our break now, and we'll resume at around 17 minutes from now.
ADRA is all about. Marina?
Will he share the slide or will Dimitri? Oh.
Hi, Kemal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can we start with the survey results so that we can see the profile of participants and their level of interest for different
Sure, Dimitris.
topics?
Now I'm opening the results. So you can start to evaluate the responders.
Okay, can you go to the next?
This is the first question, Dimitris.
Okay, so 50% are researchers with technology providers from the industry and users at the same percentage. Around 15% SMEs, good. Oh, 20% SMEs. Next, please. Okay, so most of people do not have experience in research proposals or projects, but 45% do have. Okay, please, next one. Okay, 20% with some experience in coordination. That's really encouraging. 60% with personal participation in projects. Okay. 13% excels, but we have also very good ones, 30%, almost the same for goods. So there is a medium to high level of experience as far as proposal preparation in the technical part. Okay, next one. Okay, here the share of excellence is a little bit lower, but still almost 70% of, more than 70% have a good or a very good or excellent level. Next one. Okay, this is the next one, please.
So this is the one we haven't asked for.
Okay, can we do it now?
Yes, now it's activated. People can vote the options.
I see that there are some participants with competence in the graphene core technology as well as applications of graphene. So I guess it's important for them to join existing consortia. I don't know if they are already associated members or partners of the Graphene Flagship. For the robotics related technological, let's say, competencies, it was very clear that Turkey has a very strong ecosystem of players. So what I didn't know was about graphene. So it's important that we pay attention also in the future for the graphene related topics. Kemal, can we see what are the most popular topics, the top, let's say, 5 most popular, and the top, the bottom 5 in terms of interest, so that we can understand better where the focus lies?
So Dimitris, I tried to go the
Okay.
analytics, but I couldn't find any top 5 or bottom 5. Maybe we can comment on this.
So the robotics topic 05 seems to be the more popular one, but also the 07 as well. I've seen. Can you go a little bit higher on the right part? So yes, this 67%. Then with 57%, it's 0.7. Can you scroll down a little bit more? Okay. 0.5 and 0.7. But I see also that there is an interest for the coordination action of the Graphene Flagship. So I would suggest that those who are interested in at least to contact maybe Andrea Ferrari. They might be one way or either directly involved as partners or at least provide some letters of interest or intent. It will be a good excuse for them to get in contact with the main players of Graphene Flagship. Good. Kemal, I think I can share my screen now with starting the presentation of the robotic partnership, and I'll let you know when to share yours with the YouTube video. Okay.
Okay, Dimitris, noted.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, excellent. Now, in this second session, we will focus on the AI data and robotics partnership and related topics. Unfortunately, we were not lucky enough to have with us a representative of the partnership. They couldn't be available at that period. They have also, however, provided us with a short video that we can present later on. Before we do that, I will remind you a little bit about the partnerships. So, Graphene was a flagship project. It's a different type of project initiative. AI data and robotics is a partnership, which means that has a strategic importance for the Commission, which brings together partners from this area, either from the public or the private sector. And in the case of the robotics partnership, it is a co-programmed partnership, meaning that there is a kind of framework agreement between the European Commission and the robotics partnership about the type of activities that will be funded. So based on this, the work programs of Cluster 4 are being updated. Now, in this slide, you can see also the presentations from the Info Day on the Cluster 4, which has been was carried out last June. And I'll ask Kemal now to share with us the video, the YouTube video, in which in 10-12 minutes, I think the president of the partnership share with us an overview of the robotics partnership.
Thank you very much, Joost, and a very warm welcoming to everybody. And it is for sure a warm welcoming. I think most of us in Europe at the moment is having really warm weather. So let's enjoy it as long as it lasts. Thank you, especially everybody who is joining this event. I'm so excited that so many people want to hear more about us and what we're doing. And I really hope this is the start of it. So I'm happy that we have this event today and really looking forward that this will lead to much closer cooperation and a dialogue in the future to come. So with that, I'll say we'll jump in directly into the presentation. I think most of you know by now, or I hope you know by now, what ADRA is about. So this is the co-program partnership with Horizon Europe, where on one side we have the European Commission, the public side, and then the ADRA Association on the private side. And the MOU we signed a little bit about, well, more or less exactly a year ago. And the idea is to match the investments with 1.3 billion from the public investment with the private investment. So this is really the really big picture on what we want to achieve. But none of this will be achieved without you. So this is really something we have to do together, all of us, in order to move the needle. So let's go to the next slide. ADRA is then a new association, or as I said, we were founded a year ago, and it's a joint initiative, which makes it a little bit special and also very interesting in that part. It's joined with 5 different organizations. So you have the Big Data Value Organization, then you have the 3 AI organizations with Claire, EURI, and Ellis, and then on the last part you have the EU Robotics also. So it's really a cooperation between these 5 organizations to really look upon the areas that are common from all of us. So let's continue. There are, now you can see me, but I'm only one of a big group of people who is working on this, and we are all very convinced and very dedicated to this. So I hope you will see the pictures of maybe some people you know already. After this meeting, if you have any questions, you want to discuss more, you want to have us a speaker or like, please feel free to reach out to any of us here. We are very, very happy to support you in any way we can, and also to have the discussions about memberships and alike. And as you can see, we come from a variety of different industries, research. Also, our geographical spread is rather wide in this part. And I'm here with 2 flags. There's actually more people here who has 2 flags who are coming from one country but living in another one. So try to have a true split of people in here. Okay, so let's continue. So again, general objectives of the ADRA partnership and ADRA is really to secure Europe's sovereignty in the area of AI, data, and robotics, in technologies and know-how. Establish Europe as the leader and the leadership in these technologies, since we also have the high socioeconomical and environmental impact that they, as standalone, but also together, even more can contribute to, and to reinforce a strong and global competitive position for Europe in these areas. So this is the very high level picture of what we want to achieve. So let's continue from there, and let's look upon a few data points. Why now, and why a little bit the background to both this meeting and why we started this organization at all. ADRA is really needed for the digital decade policy in Europe. And if you look upon, and just to take a few data points, there we have a target that 75% of European enterprises have taken up big data, which is maybe not the most ambitious target, because it should even be more, but let's keep the target 75%. If you see where we are today, or where we were at the end of 2021, you can see that we're on 20%. And with the target 2030 on 75%, there is quite a hockey stick to get there. So we have a long road in front of ourselves. And if we look upon the same kind of figures of enterprises have taken up AI, we start on a slightly higher level on 25%, but still far away from the target. So we have really a steep climb to do in these 2 areas. We go to the next part, just another data point, and this is just looking upon the AI index in robots, the new industrial robot installations per region. If we look upon this, and we can see the trend, and we can see that Europe is not having as a strong growth trend as we have both in Asia and North America. So the conclusion of all of this, if we go to next slide, is, and then there I can show a lot of more pictures, but I think we'll just take a few data points. But I think it's clear for all of us that AI plays really a key role for global competition and technical leadership. And we are a little bit behind if you compare us to other regions right now. So it's really time that we do something together. And that is a little bit the background, or the background for ADRA, and also why it's so important that we all cooperate around these targets. So let's continue and talk a little bit of what ADRA's approach to this is. So we want to leverage the existing strengths in these areas. Very important, we want to, and we are today a very open and inclusive organization, and it's the strength of it will come from this openness and inclusiveness, and that will put the fundamentals for having a really broad dialogue in the whole ecosystem, because we want to involve everybody. If it's startups, SME, large, more mature industry, more large starting up industry, research, academia, we want to make sure that everybody is involved in this dialogue here. And therefore, we want to also make sure that there is a balance between the constituency, but the industry and research, that everybody is in here. So therefore, we are also working on the representation of all really important stakeholders in this part. And therefore, I'm so happy that this event attracted so many people, since I know on the line now we have people really from all the different areas that we want to engage with. So let's continue. This is a little bit, and I will not go through it in detail, but this is a little bit how we have developed since a little bit more than a year ago with the first board meeting one. The founding and the association took place in May, and then the big was the signing of the MOU with the EC, which was more or less exactly a year ago. And since then, we've been working on getting ourselves organized. We have launched a website. We have weekly meetings in different setups. We had the launch event in November that some of you might have visited. And if we continue a little bit what we've done we open it up for members. Also working a lot with shaping the work programs 23 and 24 with the EC. We have done exchange with the NCPs. Welcoming event is what we do today, and we will and info days that is co-organized also here. So we are doing a lot of things to make sure that we get known and that we get your input and that we get really this very important dialogue up and running. And the General Assembly, we are going to have the first one as of next week. We also have then different subcommittees, and today we have 5 subcommittees: communication and marketing, making sure we can have this event, web pages and the like, the strategy and vision, the setup of task forces, regulation and finance, and the recruitment of our secretary generally. There will of course be more subcommittees and more work, but part of this is building the fundamentals for the organization just to work. But even more important, we're working on the content and also, for instance, the support in shaping work programs, and working very hard on the strategy and the vision where we want to go here. So let's continue. This is a little bit where we are today with memberships. So it's growing by the week. We have new members every week, and very happy to see that there are members also from a big variety of countries, and also from all the funding organizations membership. But of course, we want to be more of us, because the more of us it is, the better the work, the more quality the work will be, and the more of a strength and a force and a power we can be here. So happy to invite more of you to join this, and I hope today with you learning more of it will be a good basic. But as I said, any questions that you would have also later, please feel free to reach out to us. So let's continue. Membership, a little bit very also high level membership benefits. As access to a large network of the stakeholders here to impact EU research program. Really a unique contractual partner to EC in this, a very, very special part here, which we will continue to developing. Participate in us now authoring the SLIDA, coordinate response to position documents, white paper, consultations, policy document, and that we have coordinated responses, and then we make sure to look upon it from all angles. Improve visibility, of course, at EU level. Then if we continue on the number 2, also, of course, as in every organization, propose candidates, voting rights, and lead and participate, and also form which topic groups and which task forces we should have. So that's a little bit of parts here. We've tried to have different types of membership also here to make sure we are really inclusive and open to everybody. So there's both the industry members, the research members, and strategic members. And then without voting right, you can also become an associate member with NGOs and alike. And if you look upon the schedule for it, if we look upon the next slide, we've also tried to now adapt the membership fees. So it's adapted for everybody independent of who you are. And you will also get a discount if you're already a member of one of the other organizations. So the memberships are set that it should be a good contribution, but it should also be a fair setup depending on the size of the company and the type of activity. And yeah, I think we can continue. So how to apply? We will send out this all to you. This is 5 steps, and you start from the web page. And any support, the Secretary General address can be used at any time. So we're really happy, and so far this process has been working very smoothly. So there should be no obstacles here, and really you start from the ADRA websites if you want to, and or when you want to become a member. Yes. And with that, very short introduction, and just to summarize it up, we're really proud and happy that we have started ADRA. We're really pleased to see the lot of attention, and we're seeing the amount of traffic coming to our web pages and also people who comes to our events. We want to make sure that we can work even more efficient and even broader with all the really urgent topic that we have to really strengthen the 3 areas here in the EU. And therefore, we also want to see more people and more organizations and more companies being active involvement and members of ADRA. And I hope that today will lead to a lot of new thoughts and insights. And again, this is not a one-time event. This is a way to start a dialogue between all of us. So with that, I thank you very much. And in the interest of time also, we'll hand over to the next part of the agenda. So thank you very much, and looking forward, hopefully, since things are changing, to see many of you live soon. Thank you.
Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
No.
Yes, we have seen you.
Oh, okay. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Excellent. So just to give you also some additional information about the robotics partnership and their strategic agenda, here you can see the overall framework and enablers that is being described in their strategic research, innovation, and deployment agenda, the so-called SRIDA. So you see that there are three more or less layers. At the top, it's the legal and societal fabric, as they call it, which includes the European fundamental rights, principles, and values. The value that can be captured by the business society and the citizens, as well as the policy, regulatory, and standardization related framework. At the second layer, we have the innovation ecosystem enabler, which are the essential ingredients for effective innovation and deployment. So skills and knowledge, data for AI and experimentation and deployment. And at the lower level, there are the core technical competencies, sensing and perception, knowledge and learning, reasoning and decision-making, action and interaction, systems, methodologies, hardware, and tools. So this diagram can be found in this strategic document in the source that you can see here in the slide. Now there is another, for me at least, quite interesting schematic, which I found it in a presentation made by Michela Milano from the University of Bologna, where you can see how the different elements of AI, data, robotics, as well as human are interacting with each other. So data are being consumed by robotics, but also they produce data that can be analyzed. Robotics connect the digital, the AI part to the physical, and they apply different AI tools and methods. And the physical, they interact also with people through robot-to-human interaction. And within this framework, we have the trustworthiness, the skills, regulations, and standards. Again, I would suggest also to look at this presentation, having the last slides, some links for this presentation. I think it's quite educational, even if it's almost 2 years old. Now, just to give you an indication of the robotic-related projects that have been funded in Horizon 2020, which also have some relevance with the topics that we will discuss, we will present later on. So there are a lot of projects that deal with human-to-robot interaction and actual collaboration. This is an important area of research and innovation still. There is another area where robots are used to perform tasks in environments that are not easily read by humans. So it's there are rather dangerous, for instance, environments to operate, or they can perform some tasks that humans cannot perform. Again, here you can see that there are also some Turkish partners that have participated in this type of projects. And there are also projects that deploy robotics for people with some disabilities or special, let's say, needs. Again, this is also related to a topic in 2022. And again, there are other applications which are again mentioned in the topics of 2022, like, for instance, applications for nuclear energy, interaction for cooperative human-robot systems, as well as advanced type of applications related to behavior of human-robot collaboration. So here you can see the link to the presentation of Michela Milano, and you can use Cordis database that I've used to identify some projects, also to check what are the projects that you could also be interested in and may use the results or so. Sorry. See. So I see that there is not the last version that I was using. Anyway, what I would like to mention is that there are two major, let's say, strategies towards that I can see for using the results from existing projects. The first strategy is when you are actually developing an innovation action proposal, where you can check existing or past results, past projects, research and innovation actions, where you can get the results and use them in your own proposal. And the second strategy is to look for research and innovation actions again, in the past, so that you exclude activities that have been already implemented in your more basic research project proposals. So these are particularly important, and you will see that in the previous calls in 2021, there have been a lot of topics on related to innovation actions, but there were also several ones related to research and innovation actions that could be used to feed existing proposals that are mainly innovation actions. Now, these are the 5 open topics for AI, data, and robotics for 2022. The overall budget is more than 130 million euro. And you can see that there are 3 research and innovation actions and 2 innovation actions. In most of them, there are more than 3 projects that are being funded with different, of course, levels of funding. For this presentation, I will give the floor also to Usman Wajid, who is a colleague that I have collaborated with in the past, and he's really experienced in Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, and even previous framework programs like, for instance, FP6 and FP7, and really successful throughout the life cycle of a project. So from the conception, conceptualization, or ideation stage, up to the project management and coordination. So I'll give the floor to Usman so that he can take the lead from now on for the next topics of robotics.
Thank you, Dimitris. So we're going to share slides here now. So yeah, as you saw, a brief introduction. So my name is Usman Wajid. I'm a technical director at a company called Information Catalyst, or ICE. We are based in UK and Spain. And we are very active in this European Research Innovation Program, and with a lot of success in many different areas. And I would like to share some of these ideas and success stories with you, my experiences. So maybe if I'm not the best, you are talking to the right person in terms of learning something about proposals and how to work with the European funding program. So as Dimitris mentioned, that we are going to look at the emerging topics, and starting from the very basic ones, basic ideas that as he has already elaborated, the look at the call topic. So the call topic tells you what you need to do, what they expect. In many cases, the call topic defines the problem very well, where a specific focus area or specific focus technology or the specific outcomes are mentioned. But in many cases, this call topic can be a bit vague, because the Commission wants to populate this topic with different type of ideas, with different type of contributions, and therefore they leave it on the proposers to actually come up with the high priority research topics and trending research ideas. So therefore, in both scenarios, the idea should be to look at call topic to identify the scope of it. This is the main concern, that the things that you're proposing should not be out of the scope. And then looking at it to see what type of problems are being discussed, what type of initiatives are being mentioned that need to be referenced or built upon, what type of technologies and concepts are being mentioned, and you must try to use them. And finally, how you can find partners which are relevant in terms of the areas that are identified in the call. And sometimes they also mention previous projects which you should build upon, or other related initiatives that you should connect with. So study the call topic, make some notes, highlight the keywords and phrases, and then try to put everything together in your proposal or link everything with it. Looking at destination 4, the key strategic objectives of this are 2 points that are mentioned on the slide. So one is promoting an open strategic autonomy, and the second is making Europe the first digitally led circular, natural and neutral and sustainable economy. So they're very grand objectives, as you can see. Many things can be fed into these this type of scope parameters. But ultimately, Europe is trying to be more digital. They are trying to be more sustainable and circular. So they are interested in technologies that can help establish this circularity loop that are more sustainable in terms of use of resources, reuse of resources, repurposing of resources, and also ideas and solutions that bring more autonomy in Europe and result in less reliance on outside world, such as China and US and other places. And therefore, overall, when you're defining a proposal, so the proposal, the topic would identify some of its expected outcomes that you should address, and we will look at that in detail. But you should also try to link your work with the strategic objectives of how your ideas or your work program helps achieve these grand strategic objectives of Europe. So now we're gonna look at some of the topics which are open with the deadline of 16th of November. This is the key deadline since many topics are open at this time, and therefore, you can expect a lot of traffic in this time period. Also, you can expect that many proposals will be submitted, and therefore you should start early so that if the stakeholder that you want to engage with, the partners that you want to work with, may already be committed somewhere or will be committed very soon. Since many organizations have resource problems and capacity issues, they may not like to commit to too many proposals. So keeping in mind that deadline, I think it's a good time to start talking to relevant people and engaging them in the topic. So the first topic that we are going to look at is this emerging 0205 about AI data and robotics for industry optimization. And the next topic, which is 0207 is relevant and very close, and I will try to help you differentiate between the two topics as we go deep into them. But just looking at some of the key numbers, so in the indicative budget is 19 million. They want to fund proposals, up to 5 proposals of 3 to 5 million, depending on how the proposers put the budget in. So they're fairly kind of mid-sized projects between 4 to 5 million. You can expect many of the proposals will be funded in that time. All this information is available from the work program, which was the last version was published on 21st of May. So if you are looking for details, please make sure that you're looking at the PDF from the European Commission with the date of 21st of May. Going into it, it's an innovation action, so 70% funded for SMEs, 100% for non-profit or academic organizations. And the expected outcome of this topic is optimization of AI, robotic, and data solutions. So here they're looking at very interesting scenarios that show how the existing activities can be optimized, like the production activities and other type of industrial scenarios can be optimized using AI data and robotic solutions. And here they were looking at, because it's innovation action, so they expect a higher level of TRL, which means the solution need to start from a mature level and take the maturity to the next level, which means they're interested in highly realistic operating environments. So this is a key word here, that lab-based simulations and developments are basically one step down. Here they're looking at use cases that are applied in actual environments, and therefore the validation scenarios are developed jointly with close collaboration of user partners. So now looking at the details. So in this time, all the calls they change the pattern a little bit. Previously, the call was very kind of had a unified focus, but now they provided calls with split focus. So you'd see that here they want contribution in at least one of the expected outcomes. So, and these two outcomes are slightly different. Maybe they use the same words, same type of phrases, but the expectation is a little bit different, and I'll try to explain to you a little bit into that. The first thing is looking at the keywords. So I try to highlight the keywords in bold. The optimization of production and service value chains. This is the first, kind of keyword here that they want to be addressed in this first expected outcome. And the second one is adaptation of production services and workflow. So there is a slight difference in the, those who are more grounded in data analytic and AI services. These two keywords, the optimization and adaptation, mean different type of algorithms, different type of decision-making techniques to be developed and incorporated in the solution in order to package the overall proposition. So in the first one, I tried to give you a little bit of an example of that. So in the first one, they want advancing AI data, robotic, and automation for optimization of production and service value chains to increase the competitiveness and working conditions and environmental sustainability. So here the keywords are that you are asked to develop AI data and robotic solutions, ideally a combination of the three, not just a focus on single. Combination of three, AI, data, and robotic, that helps optimize the production processes. And how you can achieve optimization in which area. So the optimization can happen either in terms of performance, in terms of competitiveness of the industry or the process, optimization of working conditions. So how you bring more secure, safe, trustworthy working conditions using the application of AI data and robotics. Optimization of sustainability. So how your solution helps achieve sustainability goals of the company or optimize the existing sustainability metrics of the company in terms of the materials that are being used, or optimizing the recycling potential, or optimizing the reuse of material and things like that. And there can be many other parameters that you can try to optimize using these the solutions that you propose. Now, in the second outcome, which is about learning and adaptation. So here, the example that I'm providing is that the solution helps adapt the production processes. So you have a production process which is tuned to address a expected or a predetermined type of scenario, or works in a fixed environment. But due to rapid changes, you need to adapt the solution in order to deal with the unexpected events. Uncertainty, regarding human resources or resource constraints or changing environments, there can be many factors that can bring uncertainty in an environment. And therefore, the adaptation that you can bring in through the combination of AI data and robotics should be able to address one or more of these factors, whether some key resources become unavailable, whether new orders come and require adaptation of the process line, or whether some old orders are withdrawn just in time. So how do you adapt the overall process or production environment? And whether the changing environment, such as COVID-19 and earthquakes and war, impact on production and processes, and how the solution can help companies adapt to deal with those scenarios while trying to maximize the business benefits. So these are the two outcomes, and they ask that your proposal is addressing one of them. And if you are trying to submit a proposal in this call, I would ask you to be very explicit upfront in terms of which area you're trying to address. So the evaluators are very clear that in which evaluation criteria they need to apply on this. Now, going into the detail with something which are more kind of generally applicable, or the overall proposal, no matter you go for the optimization or adaptation, your solution needs to be more autonomous and more intuitive and easy to operate. So again, with the application of robotics, we are increasingly seeing these core concepts of core robotics being applied across the board. So all these things about more intuitive and autonomous while still being able to work with humans, so it's trustworthy, it's safe to work with, it has the necessary mechanisms for ensuring human safety and privacy. All these things need to be bundled together in the solution. So while developing a robotic solution, not just focus on optimization, adaptability of robotics, but also consider the core robotic aspect, which is working with human and in the human environment, and ensuring trustworthiness and ease of work between humans and robotics. When you're using AI, then the ethical guidelines of trustworthiness and openness, explainability, and fairness, transparency, all these concepts should be applied and very well highlighted to show that the AI solution that we're providing is not a black box. And it's not the case that the AI recommendations are directly being fed to the robot, keeping everything hidden from the human eye. So these type of mechanisms should involve some sort of human involvement, should have interfaces or mechanisms that bring trustworthiness into AI solution. So all this part about explainability and transparency should be incorporated in the AI solution, so that the decision making is transparent as well as trustworthy for the humans. And finally, in terms of data, the FAIR principles and working with the IoT and real-time data and data management and all those guidelines should be applied while developing some sort of innovation in this area as well. So the innovation can be about working with heterogeneous data streams, interoperability aspects, developing analytic services or secure data storage modules that allow security and preservation of authority and compativeness on the data objects. All of these concepts can be brought together in order to develop or in order to claim some innovation in this area. So here, the focus is on robotics, making them more innovative while trying to keep them collaborative. AI, trying to be innovative and developing new analytic models or learning models and predictive techniques while trying to make it explainable and transparent. And finally, data, trying to make it, some interoperability and management and storage and security mechanisms while ensuring that the fair data principles as well as the principles of data governance and management are adhered to. Now, further on, all of these the solutions that you will put together in these proposals need to substantially beneficial to European industry. So this is where the specific use case and demonstration scenarios come into play. So as I mentioned earlier, since it's an innovation action, you are asked to actually develop these use case scenarios together with industry partners, which means that the idea should not sound good, it should also deliver some industrial benefit. And the industrial benefit can only be demonstrated when you apply it in the industry, which means that the demonstration sites should be prepared and very well defined in the proposal to show what type of scenarios will be implemented and what will be the qualitative and quantitative benefits of those applications to the target industry. And therefore, the involvement of users is needed from very early stage in the proposal development in order to understand that that solution, in order to develop this joint understanding that the solution is not only innovative, but also mutually beneficial for researchers as well as industrial users. And all of these solutions should demonstrate, of course, industrial, kind of added value, and the application should involve problem owners. So that's why I say that, work with the industry partners and define the scenarios, bring your innovative ideas and research ideas on the table and discuss how they can be turned into applied research ideas, which means, quantifiable benefits for the industry partners. Now, all of this with technology enhancement and innovation comes the softer side of things. So the emphasis on ethical issues and, human engagement and all these needs to be considered. One thing important here to note is the ethical issues associated with the application of AI solutions. So there is an expert group from European Commission that has defined a set of guidelines, and they are guidelines that are generally serve the purpose of ethical compliance. So basically, you should study those guidelines in order to make sure that the AI solution that you are providing is compliant with those guidelines. And they're very simple to understand guidelines. And some of them I already mentioned, that no AI decision should be directly fed into a machine. It should should be directly passed to the human user without the involvement of human who approves the solution or at least has a say on that, so that machines are not dictating the human behavior on their own, but there is some sort of human involvement in them. And simple things like that, these are the guidelines, and you can create a checklist, or you can just make sure that the solution you are providing is compliant with those type of guidelines. Production services industries should be used, and then the target TRL is 6.7. We'll come to TRL at the end of this presentation, but it's a fairly high TRL where, out of the lab, but still in the prototyping stage and proof of concept with target users. And therefore, the target users are the user industries, and they should be involved from the very beginning, and try to promote your results in the relevant circles through the use of because you're getting public funding, you are obliged or required to actually broadcast the results to public. So whatever means you can use to communicate and disseminate your results, you should use. The Commission already provides some ideas. They will be in the next slide about where those communications can focus on. Now, in addition to that split focus of the call, there is two types of projects that you can propose. The one is a straightforward project with 3 million EC contribution. You go, you do your thing, you develop the idea, you do the piloting, you do the dissemination, exploitation, validation, and you get out of there. So that's the typical project route. The next one is this kind of cascade funding route. So here the contribution is 5 million. But they want 40% or at least 40% of this 5 million to be spent on developing an ecosystem. So the ecosystem means that you can have open calls where you will invite third-party companies to come and experiment with the technology that you have developed or validate the solution that you are proposing. So in this respect, you will be actually funding the next round of companies, based asking them to come and either test and validate the solution that you have developed, or help develop it, or help experiment and achieve different type of results in different type of operating environments. So the normal funding requirements apply here. So it's again, third parties is 70% funded for companies, and you can only give up to 200,000 euros to one experiment. So you'll need to do the math of what is the 40% of 5 million, take that out of your research and development plan. This 40% cannot be used to develop the project. This is a reserve account where you put this 40%. And then out of that 40%, you will issue a call for experiments where you will invite proposals, you will do the evaluations, you will act as the commission in this case to select the best experiments that fit the bill. You will, each experiment will have a cap of 200K. And then how many experiments fit in that 40%, you will select those experiments, and then these experiments can work with you for a year, for example, to implement their work plan, which you will evaluate and approve, and then you will give them funding of this 200K based on the agreement that you will have with them. So this is the typical mechanism that is applied by the European Commission traditionally in large-scale projects. For example, I'm managing a 16 million euro project, and we had 2.5 million euro to give away. But here they are started applying it even small scale now. So they're giving you 5 million, and then they ask half of it to be sent away. So this is, I think this is more about impact and creating an ecosystem activities. If you are just interested in keeping the overheads down and the administration low, go for this one. Because in this one as well, you'll end up with the same amount of money anyway for your core research development activities. But if you are interested in spreading the love and keeping other people engaged in your activities, or creating additional demonstration impact scenarios for your project, go for this one, and then be ready to deal with this type of administration where you have to issue the open calls and do all these seminars and training sessions for the companies who will join your consortia to tell them how to run the experiments, what technologies are available. The technologies need to be available at mature at that stage. For example, at the end of 2 years of your project, for those open call experiments to come and join your project, and then run it, use those technologies for another year before your project finishes, if it's a 3-year project. So these are the two types of experiments. Just it's your choice about what you want to do in terms of selecting the path, but just keep in mind that in both projects, the budget that you have to play with basically for research and development and experiment validation activities is roughly the same. The extra money is going to the third parties and for ecosystem development and additional validation scenarios. Finally, to promote this European innovation and achieve higher impact, you are asked to work with the digital innovation hubs, a network of excellence and competence centers that the European Commission has set up. There are innovation hubs in virtually every European country and focusing on different areas of interest, and including robotics, AI, data, mechanical engineering, electronical engineering, things like that. You can look at the DIH website and you can find the digital innovation hub, which is closer to your proposal idea, and then you can communicate with them. They are typically very happy to work with proposals. You can use this AI on demand platform. It's a large scale European flagship project, which is developing an AI platform for Europe. So they are integrating many different components and modules and technologies and making them available for reuse and experimentation. So you can link with that to show that you are part of a community, you're part of a European effort. And you can also use other platforms that are developed in AI, data, and robotic kind of calls. As Dimitris also mentioned, 4, 5, 6 projects from his slide, they were developed in previous calls. You can use some of their components it's an innovation action project, so you can use existing research and innovation to build upon it or to integrate it in a different way and offer it in a different way. And you can use the data and other dissemination activities as typical in any other project. Some of the things that they explicitly mention is this call. So you can look at this call, you can look at it on Codis, or you just Google this call and you'll find out what are the objectives of this call. So this is a CSA project. So this is again, a networking and community development project. You can see which topics they are pursuing and which projects they are linking with, and you can try to develop some activities or connections with this project in order to create this joint impact, which kind of contributes towards the strategic key objectives which are mentioned earlier in the project. So this was a brief introduction to Emerging 0205. If you're interested, again, I would say go to the call topic, read the wordings, highlight the key concepts, and try to shape up your ideas accordingly. I hope that some of these elaborations helped also in widening the understanding. If there are any questions on that topic, I can address, otherwise we move to the next one. Okay, we come back to questions at the end as well. The next topic is Emerging 0207. Again, it's about robotic capabilities, but this is more hardcore robotics. So it's about increased robotic capabilities demonstrated in key sectors. So this has a larger budget. It is 36 million, and they will fund 4 projects of 9 million. So they are rather large scale projects, as were typical in the previous calls. So that 4-5 million is used to be the scope of projects in FP7 and FP6 projects. Then they increased it to 8-9 million. And now I see that they're going back towards having a mix of projects, some 4 million, some 9 millions as well, which are still considered, okay, so now we can call them small or mid-sized projects. So this project is again an innovation action. This call is also innovation action, which means the TRL level are again rather high. And again, they come with the requirement of demonstrating in real industries and real application scenarios, and they expect the solution to be ready to be used by target users at the end of the project. And therefore, the validation scenarios should be on location, on ground, dealing with real world problems and working with the real type of equipment. The outcome is use case oriented. So here they are typically, generally they don't say that. Generally they say, okay, we want innovative solutions to be demonstrated. But here they specifically say that application oriented use cases, which means the industrial scenarios are of core importance in this call, which means that you can start your storyline not from the solution or not from the concept, but straight away from industrial problem. That this is the industry, this is the problem, and this is the solution that we're putting together. Because the idea is to enhance this specific sectors through this application-oriented use cases that show significant improvements. So here, start from the problem, try to quantify the problem, and then define the solution that helps address this problem in a concrete way. Again, try to be multi-focused here. So here they put 3 different type of focus areas. So you have to highlight and contribute towards at least one of them. And typically, you can link all 3 of them because they're part of the same call. So you use the same words and maybe some concepts overlap here or there. But ultimately, or ideally, you should explicitly mention this is a core outcome that you are expected outcome that you are targeting, and therefore the solution should be primarily focused on that. So the first one is about demonstrators that show added value of robotics and their performance, and these are the 3 keywords, DDD. So how you can demonstrate the application of AI data robotics of robotics, particularly in this one, on this dangerous, dirty, and dull tasks, where humans cannot perform it, hard to reach, danger for human, or in extreme environments. and we'll elaborate it a little bit in the next slide. But thinking of this, if you remember, one of the slides Dimitris showed was about a project which was previously funded, and it said something about operating robots in broken down ships where they're, they're middle of the sea or difficult conditions to reach with. So think about those type of disruptive scenarios. I mean, we try to always think about one of the comfort zone. The comfort zone is factory, hot temperature, welding environment, difficult to reach, or extreme condition in terms of pressure or environmental issues. But when you saw that proposal being listed, that project listed there, then you say that where people are thinking, out of the box, ships stranded in the sea. There are difficult conditions to reach or maintain or manage, or ships may have some chemical material or hazardous material that kind of outrules the human engagement in dealing with those problems. So you deploy robots to deal with that. So this is out of the box thinking. So try to be a bit more imaginative when coming up with these scenarios, dirty and dull and dangerous, and these type of concepts about extreme requirements. The second one is about demonstrate human performance in complex tasks. So beyond human performance is can be seen in this kind of context, but it also about the weights that human cannot manage, the temperatures that human cannot manage, the other type of senses that human cannot manage, but maybe robots can do. Performing complex tasks, complexity can be, again, interpreted in different way. I mean, a lot of repetitive kind of tasks can be complex. A lot of tasks where you have to carry a lot of equipment or do multiple things at the same time can be considered as complex. Or a task which is composed of multiple hundreds of subtasks can be a complex task, because human will struggle to remember everything, but robot can do it with much ease. The focus is on high impact sectors. So this is for you to define which is high impact and which is low, but typically, high impact are generally sectors which are of strategic importance in Europe in terms of, their output, their productivity, their workforce, their sustainability kind of concerns, and also in terms of the contribution to economy and jobs. And finally, extended level of adaptation. So beyond human performance, high level key sectors, and extended level of adaptation. So if you put three of these concepts together and try to run a story around them, maybe you would come up with some interesting scenarios which are, which are very complicated for humans, require, real-time planning, rescheduling, adaptation of activities which are sometimes difficult for humans to perform because of it can be several limitations on that aspect, and they're coming from key sectors. So this is the second one. So the first one is again, try to keep up the memory of. First one is DDD in extreme environments. The second is complex tasks, which may not be the DDD, but still complex. But require extreme level of adaptation. And the third one is that reactivity, responsibility, intelligence in human-robot and robot-to-robot interactions. So this is a co-robotic type of aspect. There were many projects funded that focus on co-robotics. Dimitris also shown some projects, humanoids and other kind of robotic applications. They are more responsive. They are more kind of, high level of reactivity, and they are tuned for both type of scenarios, robot to robot as well as robot to human. So these are the three areas where the proposal can focus on. And again, I try to provide some examples of what type of scenarios can go under each of this topic. So in terms of DDD and human difficult for humans, it can be processing heavy workloads. It can be, dealing in radioactive or toxic environments. It can be robots working in high pressure and temperature environments. So these type of kind of use cases can go in this area. Then for the next one, it's processing heavy workload in unstructured environments. So think of construction sites where, it's difficult for people to carry goods here and there because things are changing, the cranes are moving, the vehicles are coming, and other things. Real-time adaptation to change in extreme conditions. So again, some of the industrial environments, some of the operative environments can be can pose in extreme type of challenges, and how the robot or the overall operation need to be adopted is something that can be covered in the second topic. And the third one is about enhanced perception and cognition in dynamic environments. So because here you're talking about working with human and other robot, you need to perceive the action of the next entity in order to define your own next set of actions. And therefore, the application of frugal AI techniques, AI techniques that don't require extensive amount of data to provide decision support can address these type of solutions, because many of these deep learning models and neural networks, they are designed to work with heavy loads of data, historic data, which are used for training purposes. But in adaptive conditions or unexpected conditions, you don't have data about the changes in the environments, because the conditions just pop up unexpectedly. And therefore, the new kind of research on AI is going towards the frugal AI techniques, which require minimum data or less data or even no data to start building the model. And this model can then adapt according to its own learning mechanism. It doesn't adapt based on learning historic occurrences. It learns based on the occurrences as it records them. So these are some of the examples, some of the ways in which you can differentiate the focus of your proposal according to these three trends. And next comes the common bit. The common bit for any type of this proposal in this particular call is to show the substantial added value of robotics. So here, you have to imagine an industry where there's less reliance on robotics, because, for example, automotive companies, there are like hundreds of robots on the shop floor. Maybe they are very dangerous and dirty environments and complex environments, but the added value of robots is not very evident, because the robots have been operating there for the last 30 years in automotive. So you have to show that some industry where robotic applications can be considered new, a breakthrough, and or added value, and then create your use cases around those scenarios. In major applications, so think about, again, as I mentioned, look at the impact of the different type of industries and try to prioritize them. Also, socioeconomic, environmental impact, effectiveness, efficiency of process. So all of this is not only about optimizing the process, it's not only about turnover, it's not only about business aspects, it's also about socioeconomic, environmental, human aspects. So how the introduction of robots help with the reducing the carbon footprint of the process, how it kind of ensures still high quality jobs or highly skilled workforce, how it impacts on the environment. So how it helps keep the environment clean and operative and safe for humans. And the second one is more about humans. So this is the working conditions and all that stuff that we defined previously. So it's about how humans are made safer with the introduction of robots, and how the robots can do some of the tasks, but still keeping probably humans in the loop, but saving them from some of those DDD tasks. So you can, in this way, you can demonstrate not only human-robot collaborations, because you're not completely removing the human out of the picture. You're keeping human in the picture, but for a limited role or specific role, so that the DDD aspects can be addressed by robots. So you can claim value in that area. At the same time, there's some human engagement in the area, and therefore you can also claim some points on human-robot interaction and safety and trustworthiness type of concept. So you can probably try to combine a little bit of the focus area here and there in order to show that your robotic solution is not only optimal, but also human-centric and safe and trustworthy. And therefore, it has wider applications, and you can also claim points towards socioeconomic impact. You're not saying that the humans will be out of the picture from in next 10 years, then it will be all robots. You're saying that humans' activity will be preserved, the jobs will be preserved, skill levels of the humans will be enhanced, and they'll be able to work in more safer environments. So these are some of the ways in which you can tune your storyline in order to claim more points while still keeping the focus on your core innovation. Now, I think these are very generic words and don't need to go into too much detail, but they need to be use cases. Of course, the call asks for industrial applications, novel robotic solutions for autonomously taking over DDD jobs, achieving tasks beyond human capabilities. We've said that many times, that if you are focusing on the first topic area, DDD is the core thing, and you need to identify use case scenarios, the environments and conditions which represent DDD. Then, of course, in all of these three focus areas, the reactivity, flexibility, adaptability, I think this is paramount. So this is universally kind of applied concepts. You need to show that the robots can interact, can react, can perceive, can show flexible and adaptive behavior in different type of changing environment and conditions. And finally, this is interesting, the SSH aspect, the social science and humanities. So this aspect requires engagement of some kind of human activity. So this requires specific emphasis on social aspects, which concern the human-robot interaction and working with humans. So here you need to look at what are the SSH aspects. What is the current kind of progress and research and project outcome in the SSH area, especially in the projects which were funded in human-robot collaboration calls previously, and try to either incorporate them or build on top of them. So I'm sure, when you look at the SSH aspects and human-robot collaboration, you will see all of these concepts about acceptability, trustworthiness, safety and security, and all these being addressed through different ways. That, for example, the robot stops when a human comes in its way, or when the robot senses, a human activity, it stops performing the action so that, it preserves the human security and safety. But this can be considered state of art. There is nothing interesting about it now, because this was like 5 years ago when the projects were working on IoT and sensing perception type of activities. Maybe the next point is that the robot even doesn't perform that action, which is where it thinks that human can be involved. Robot doesn't initiate that action where it thinks, where it predicts that the human can be engaged in the way. Maybe this type of sensing and kind of perception can help develop the next level of SSH strategies, which are more tuned towards ensuring human safety and security in human-robot collaborative environments. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll try to. So this one, again, qualitative, quantitative KPIs, you need to demonstrate that the benefits are real and can be quantified. One thing is to say that the robot will increase performance of this process. So how much? No, don't know. How? Don't know. When? Don't know. But quantitative, qualitative KPI mean that this will increase performance in the sense that currently 3 boxes are being built. Tomorrow, 5 boxes will be built with 3 humans in the loop. Previously, there were 5 humans in the loop in less time. So put these type of KPIs and the demonstrators and all these monitoring mechanisms should be set up in order to work with those KPIs and provide the real evidence that your project is successful, and it helps with the proposal time as well. And something we started with, concrete problem solving. So start with the problem and then propose a solution. So the problem should be real, application driven. It should show short-term benefit. So because it's an innovation action, the expected outcome is supposed to be a high level of maturity. Therefore, we are not looking for a solution which will come in industry in next 15 years. We are looking for a solution which may come into industry at the end of 5 years. And human-centered, socioeconomic, SSH, industry, social partners, all of these things we have covered. So there's nothing new. Again, like the previous project, this one has the mandatory kind of focus on this 20% funding. So therefore, the 9 million that you're getting, you should spare 20% of that funding on the side, not to be used on any type of development cost. This funding is only to be used to support third-party integrations, which means that you will do open call for proposals. You will run this program of recruiting new projects. Each project will be given 200K of funding by you, supported by the Commission, of course, to cover 70% of costs for SMEs. And they would work with you to develop these new robotic components, or to develop the validation scenarios, testing of validation scenarios. And you as a project who has developed the core solution will work with them to provide the testing validation and expertise and technical support to their experiments, so they can carry on their work. So it means that the mechanism should be set up in the proposals to manage this call, how the call would be advertised, what will be the selection criteria, what type of topics will be available to the applicants to submit the sub proposals or sub project proposals, what will be the evaluation criteria, and then finally what will be the mechanism to support these projects when they start during the lifetime of your project. So they should start and end at within the lifetime of your projects, and basically you should provide all these solutions to help them do their job. As with previous calls, use existing resources, establish connections with the relevant initiatives, and try to promote your project as much as you can. I think I will close or take a break here. Went into a bit more detail, but I hope it was helpful. And when we come back from lunch, then Dimitris can pick it up from here to cover the next set of next topics, which are still quite some. Thank you.
Yemeğimiz B katında olacak. Bresserer restoranda bir alt katı oluyor. Arkadaşlarımız da sizlere yardımcı olacaklar. Şimdiden afiyet olsun. Tabii bırakabilirsiniz.
Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ses deneme, ses prova. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma. Böyle konuşursak gelmez doğal olarak. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ses prova. Böyle gitmez abi. Ses deneme. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ses prova. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Az önce böyle konuşuyordum. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tamam.
Hello, can we start? Kemal?
We're now starting, Dimitris. Now I'm giving the floor to Osman.
So Dimitris, it's your topic.
Yeah, I can start the presentation if there are no questions for your previous ones.
Yes.
Okay. So the next topic that I'm presenting is research and innovation action. In contrast to the innovation actions that Usman presented before lunch, with a starting TRL of 2 to 3 for projects that push the limit of physical intelligence and performance of robotics, of course. And the end TRL up to 4 or 5. So both the starting TRL of TRL2, it's technological concept formulated, not being approved yet. So it's really low TRL, but also the end TRL could be TRL4, which is at validation at lab scale. It's again very low, which shows that there is a real ambition to perform some research activities at real unknown areas. So I would expect that in this, under this topic, really innovative projects and ambitious ones are being approved. 4 projects will be funded with 7 million euro per project. And as you can see under the relevance, let's say, title, there are a lot of synergies and interaction with existing projects and initiatives funded under Horizon 2020 or even Horizon Europe. So the expected outcome is at least one of the following 3 per proposal. The first is about advancing the physical functionalities, the capabilities and efficiency of the robots beyond the actual capabilities, human capabilities, being at the small or large scale, but also related to human precision or perception decision making. So robots should be capable of performing activities that no human or team of humans can actually perform in this outcome. For the second one is focused on safe and efficient human-centric human-robot and robot environment interaction capabilities. So again, here is to improve the interaction between the robot and its environment, including humans, at a speed that is natural human speed or even more. And the third part of the outcome that would be addressed is for robots with improved abilities and robustness. So this means that robots should be able to perform efficient and run autonomously for long periods in harsh environments, in unknown, let's say, conditions, while remaining reliable on their tasks. So each proposal should at least address one of these 3 outcomes. So I guess that most of the proposals will focus on one of these outcomes. So I guess 3 proposals will be funded with different focus in terms of outcome, while a 4th could focus on the same outcome as one of the first 3. Now, as far as the scope of the projects, they should focus on technology and systems that significantly extend the physical capability of robots. So the physical capabilities is the main priority. And of course, beyond the state of the art, and I would say much more than a simple advance. I would expect some really breakthrough approaches or technology developments. So the proposal should improve the physical performance of robots and also develop promising and innovative robotic concepts. So here, in contrast with the innovation action, where if you remember, Usman mentioned that demonstration cases should come after some thinking out of the box. Here, it is the actual concept and technological development should come out of your comfort zone. So not sticking to existing concepts or existing technologies, but thinking something really new, really breakthrough or even disruptive in that sense. And the topic indicates two examples. The first one about improving robustness and resilience to handle environment variations and unknown or unexpected situations. So for to run safely, autonomously for longer periods of time, increase speed, operation, sometimes under extreme physical conditions. And examples here are underwater, rough terrain, extreme climatic conditions in the body or in the air, etc. So these are some indicative directions where the concepts could look at. Whereas the second example, it's about collaborative, modular and distributed, hyper-redundant, highly reconfigurable, soft and miniaturized robotics. So here again, soft and miniaturized robotics, hyper-redundant, like for instance, worms or other type of hyper-redundant robotics concepts should be considered. As far as the scientific approaches are concerned, the project should investigate novel scientific approaches or push the limit of existing ones. I would put more emphasis on the first part, so novel scientific approaches, but of course, some part of the technological development could be based on existing ones. Aiming to improve physical capabilities of robots, relevant to industry and service needs in sectors where there is a barrier to uptake, such as innovative actuation principles. So again, here, soft robotics, reconfigurable, hyper-redundant, and modular robotics are mentioned, or advance the field of miniaturized robotics, advanced control, improved hardware, and increased trustworthiness and dependability. So these, again, with some keywords about technologies and application areas, are some directions that applicants should take into consideration when drafting their concepts and formulating their concepts. Another interesting approach is the first time right mentality, which is actually starting from the design stage to embed techniques, methods, and tools that enhance the performance interaction of robots in real-world tasks where testability is limited and the first time right mentality must prevail. Again, here in contrast with the innovation action topics where limited data or no data availability could be also addressed. Here we need to bring some novel concepts where and approaches where the actual robot could perform right for the first time a single task. And the examples that are given in the topic here are space exploration, dense urban environments, when developing applications for vulnerable people, like people, for instance, with disabilities. Whereas and a second example is given in relation to safety, critical infrastructures, including nuclear reactors. And if you remember, I have presented one project in the past that have addressed nuclear robots for the nuclear energy sector. Also, precious vessels and chemical storage tanks are provided as an example. Now, again, because this is something of a topic of that asks for low TRL work activities, rethinking robot bodies is part of the scope to improve physical interaction capabilities, to reach novel or advanced abilities such as powerful, fast, precise, and intrinsically safe navigation, manipulation, sympathetic automated adaptation, etc., and other capabilities. The size and the shape of these robots can vary, as mentioned in the call, from miniature to large scale, from soft to more rigid structures. So it's quite open to to the applicant's ideas. It gives just directions of possible, let's say, concepts. There are also some less important, let's say, requirements. It's better, it's more like nice to have, not must have. In integrating last developments in key underlying technologies, or exploiting multimodalities, improve safety, physical collaboration, collaborative and swarm robotics, address energy efficiency, and focus on advances in cognitive mechatronics. And last slide for this topic, some horizontal aspects that have been mentioned also in the innovation action. So trustworthy AI principles, KPIs to actually demonstrate progress. And also, once again, stressing the linkages with previous actions and use of the results. So both building something really innovative, but also use existing results that can help the whole concept being developed. So that's from my side. There are two more topics on related to robotics on the human 021 and 022. Usman, I can change the slides. You can go through the first topic and I will go with the second.
Okay, so these two topics are focusing more on the AI part, AI and human part, compared to the previous 3-4 topics, which were more on robotic side. So here, the key strategic impact is slightly different because of the slight different nature of the focus. So it's focusing more on resilient, inclusive, and democratic European society. So here, you see the topic, which is the call is on AI, but they're talking about society and humans. And therefore, it shows that the emphasis on, making AI work with humans and vice versa. So the next topic is about dealing with uncertainty, so which is about threats and disasters and things like that. So it shows again the emphasis on dynamic situations and unpredictability that AI can address and provide relevant decision support. So the first topic is Human 0201, AI for human empowerment. And again, based on the key strategic impact, the idea is to actually support AI development in collaboration with humans and bringing AI human working together in challenging areas. So the deadline again is 16 November. We are 16 million indicative budget, and they will only fund 2 projects, 8 million each. Going into the next slide, so you'd see that again, it's a research innovation action. So the TRL is very basic. So start from 2, 3, just a concept or just an idea, and take it to 4, 5, which is lab-based testing and validation. So it asks for blue sky research, some disruptive ideas that may not be relevant or applicable in industry straight away, but show promising potential for further work on them. So the outcome is perception, visualization, interaction, and collaboration between human and AI systems. So it's about bringing AI and human working together to perceive and interact and collaborate in different type of scenarios, especially related to common goals and mutual understanding and learning abilities. So where AI and human systems can work together in order to achieve the joint goals. And this can be in many different areas from one industry to other. I'll give you some examples in the next slide. Now, again, the multi-focus. So there are 2 focus areas, and the projects are expected to focus on 1. Again, a bit of ambiguity in terms of defining the focus and use of common language and terminologies. So the first one is a truly mixed human AI initiative for human empowerment. So here they ask for a mixed decision-making approach which combines human knowledge and machine capabilities for sliding autonomy in interactions, making systems transparent, fair, intuitive, and easy to use. So this, these are some of the words that define, the area, which is first of all mixed decision making. So part of the decision is made by human, and part of the decision is made by AI. Then sliding autonomy is another interesting concept which is just introduced here. So you see this autonomy or the autonomous control over the overall decision or the discussion is sliding. So sometimes it's with the AI has the leverage because they have more faster processing capabilities. And sometimes human has the advantage because they have more knowledge and experience from the domain. So again, system should be able to adapt to user rather than the opposite based on analysis and understanding. So here, ultimately, the decision should be with humans. So the decision making capabilities should adapt to the user needs. The second one is the second focus area is trustworthy hybrid decision support system. So the first one is mixed human and human AI, and the second is hybrid. So hybrid is again, involving both mixed and various type of scenarios where AI and human need to work with each other, but it's more human centric in the sense that the decision making and the dependencies and all these fairness principles are geared towards human. So in the first one, if we try to distinguish between the two, the first one is more where human and AI come to a joint conclusion, and the discussion is more targeted towards supporting humans in their decision making. And the second one is hybrid decision making, where the humans have the basic, let's say, the basic power, but some of the decision making functionalities are provided by the AI. Some of the examples you can think about is, for example, in a quality control type of scenario, the AI can process, do an image recognition of a part and say that this quality is 100%. But when the next part comes, it says, okay, the quality is 80%. But when the human inspects it, it sees that the quality is not the problem. The problem is the dust on the part. And therefore, the human will inform the AI that, okay, this is dust, and in future, you should try to not downgrade the quality in such type of scenario. So this is, kind of a mixed decision making, the human and AI working together in order to come to some sort of discussion agreement. So the focus here is human centric. So all of these solutions As I mentioned previously as well, that according to the EC ethical guidelines, the human should stay in control of AI applications. So all of these solutions should be human-centric. They should be transparent and explainable and trustworthy mechanisms to show that the humans can interpret the AI decisions. They're not just black boxes, and there are complete transparency into what led to this decision by the AI component. And it should support human empowerment and multidisciplinary approaches, and SSH is required for collaborative design and validation with the users. Next slide. So further on, in terms of piloting, in terms of validation scenarios, so the call asks for citizen engagement. So this is very interesting because in addition to lab-based validations or factory-based validation or some other domain-specific validation, there's a specific emphasis on citizen engagement, which means that you need to work with large number of users or collaborators or participants in a study in order to validate the AI developments and its results. And especially the AI modules, the solution should focus on this perception, visualization, interaction, and collaboration aspect. So it should be able to perceive the environment and sense the situation. It should be able to visualize the environment in order to provide some sort of decision support. You can also throw some, kind of a digital twin type of simulations in it. It should be able to interact with the human in different ways possible, and it should be able to collaborate. And collaborate means that, working on joint goals in order to achieve each other's objectives. And then from there, access and demonstration to progress with KPIs. So all of these things that were relevant in the previous call are also relevant here, where you need to show that the results are measurable and quantifiable, and then relevant KPIs should be defined in the proposal in order to break down not only the achievements, but also the way in which different achievements will be quantified and measured and monitored. And finally, some topics which are relevant and should be touched upon in the proposals. So in terms of further details of expected impact, so those were about expected outcomes. And in terms of impact, the proposal should show that the solution will contribute towards creating a more resilient and inclusive democratic European society. So because they mentioned democracy here, and then large number of citizen involvement in the previous slide, it also gives you the idea that the solution should be applicable to large number of citizens and should be human-centric, and therefore the application scenarios should be defined keeping these design guidelines in mind, that it's not a small-scale type of validation with a user or two users. It's large-scale validation, which kind of touches upon these notions of citizen engagement and democracy. And also human-centered and ethical development. So as I mentioned earlier, with any AI solution, the emphasis is on ethical aspects and especially humans in control through explainability, transparency, and trustworthiness type of concepts. And these concepts should be elaborated and very well defined in the proposal on how those checkboxes are done. And finally, in the destination, they mentioned these three topics: leadership in AI based on trust, and Internet of Trust, extended reality. These are the things which are of wider interest to this call, and therefore any proposal in this call should try to relate the achievements and outcomes and impact with these bullet points, which are of strategic interest to the Commission. So in terms of expected impact, the call asks for a couple of points that should be properly defined and described in terms of how the project outcomes will help achieve this impact. So the first one is the inclusiveness by supporting a human-centered approach. So how the approach adopted, the solution developed in the project is human-centered. You should show that what would be the impact of the approach towards this point. And second, sustainability and high quality of jobs. So here again, the idea, as I mentioned before, is not to take humans out of the picture, but because the call asks for mixed decision-making, hybrid decision-making, therefore, we should always try to emphasize on the role of humans and the importance of working with humans, the development of solutions that allow the human to remain in the picture and be control of the overall situation. And therefore, the approach defined in these proposals should correspond to this type of impact or help achieve this type of impact of high quality jobs and empowering humans to actually be able to do their job in a better way. Next. And then we are into the next topic, which is Dimitri's.
This is the fifth and last topic for AI data and robotics. It's again research and innovation action at the same TRL level as the previous two. So starting TRL 2-3 and ending TRL 4 or 5. 3 projects to be funded with 11.5 million euro per project. And the focus here is the European Network of AI Excellence Centers. These this topic has been addressed also in previous calls, and the specific topic now in 2022 is about expanding the European AI Lighthouse. So there are a lot of synergies with existing projects funded under Horizon 2020, but also Horizon Europe calls. And what is really important in for the applicants to know in this topic is how what kind of areas, technological and application wise, are already being covered by existing projects. Also, it would be ideal if you would know a little bit the competition. So other proposals that are being prepared so that you can somehow avoid overlapping that might reduce your chances for approval. So the expected outcome is scientific progress in AI addressing major challenges, hampering now its deployment, including systems engineering. Build up the European AI Lighthouse, initiated by earlier networks of excellence centers, and unify and reinforce the world-class European AI community. So here, on the one hand, the European Commission expects the projects to work on really foundational research challenges. On the other hand, they expect also that they build on excellence and on the legacy of previous projects. Now, as far as the scope is concerned, projects should ensure that European open strategic autonomy in critical technologies such as AI is addressed in order to stay at the forefront of technological developments. Again, here is the focus is on European strong competitiveness and strength and excellence, but this does not mean that other non-European partners could not join. Projects should develop mechanisms to reinforce and strengthen the networks of excellence centers. So building some kind of organizational structures, procedures, so that these networks can operate efficiently, and bring the best scientists from academia and industry together to join forces in addressing these challenges. This is really important to showcase that you have and justify that you have bring together the best scientists and the best people from academia and industry within your consortium for the domain or for the area that you are focusing as a network of excellence. So joining forces means that in that way you can enhance your competitiveness, scale up research capacities, and also reach a critical mass that will help at the end of the day to deliver world-class results and research capabilities. The networks are expected to mobilize groups of key researchers from both industry and academia, as mentioned before, to collaborate on solving significant AI problems in which Europe has exceptional expertise. So again, we have to build on existing, let's say, research capabilities, but also be well beyond them. Increase the impact of the funding by making faster and greater progress through the joint efforts, by recognize the leaders working together. So it's not about bringing just one excellent, let's say, researcher or group of researchers, but actually bringing together different top players in the field that you are targeting. And play an important role in achieving a critical mass of talent and in overcoming the present fragmentation of AI research in Europe. So the European Commission expects that further consolidation of the research and innovation community in AI and robotics should be made, and this should be addressed under such projects. Again, you see how the Commission emphasizes excellence. So again, mobilize the best European teams to join forces to address major technical as well as sector or social-driven challenges. Contribute to the respective initiatives under Horizon 2020 or the first call of Horizon Europe, and create networks of excellence for the following topics. So next generation of AI, addressing foundational research and novel approaches, as well as scientific research and technologies prioritized in the line with SRIDA, this strategic agenda that, if you remember, I mentioned in the first presentation about robotics. So for the first targeted topic, I increased accuracy, robustness, verifiability, dependability, adaptability, versatility, graceful degradation, etc., are being within the scope. Functional and performance also guarantees are expected to be addressed. Other aspects to be covered include also foundational research in AI and machine learning, including new paradigms, algorithms, architectures, novel optimization and regularization methods, hybrid AI, machine learning, and data sample efficiency. So these are some directions that for the first topic are being suggested by the Commission and the robotics partnership. So for the second target topic, there it's about knowing what are the priorities of the strategic agenda, and so that and also which of these priorities are already covered by existing projects, so that you focus on those that are not overlapping with existing activities. And the last slide for this topic about the networks. They should identify major strengths that Europe has on a number of specific AI topics. So we build based on on European strength and not on European weaknesses. Gather the best teams, once again mentioned, in a strongly connected virtual institute. So a partner should work much closer than other typical collaborative projects in the sense of sharing also infrastructure and capabilities towards the goal of the project. Identify topics where Europe needs support to become competitive at the national level, if strategically important. So here, the focus might be on weak points of Europe, but we should focus on those weaknesses that are of strategic importance, for instance, in relation to strategic autonomy. Set ambitious challenges with the overarching aim of becoming a world reference of excellence in AI on the strategic topics prioritized by the network. So again, it's not only about bringing together the best organizations and teams. It's not only building on strengths and weaknesses, but also to set ambitious challenges and in order to advance the development of new technologies. So the expected result of these activities and the way that they are organized is to stimulate healthy competition between the major players than fragmentation of the community. So scientific progress should be, although it's a very low TRL, should be in somehow linked with the major societal challenges. So the Commission would like to see how the research agenda, the ambition that its project will, proposal will set is linked with major societal challenges. And of course, this should be attractive for industries, especially if it's connected with major challenges, so that the industries can bring also their top teams to contribute also towards the goals and ambition of the projects. So this is from my side as well. I have included here two links for information and documents related to robotics priorities and strategies in the US and Japan, as an indication and as a source that you might bring you some ideas about how also Europe can address similar challenges, of course, in line with RIDA, the strategic agenda of the robotics partnership. So that's it from my side. And both me and Usman are open for your comments and questions.
Are there people who are interested in the 6 topics that we discussed now in terms of leading something or participating? Because in the next session, we're gonna look at proposal development, and therefore it will help, provide you a little bit more personalized advice if you are interested in any of these topics. So if you're interested in any of these topics, please, can you raise your hand? Just to see general level of interest in the room. So it's good level of interest. Thank you. So we can continue, Dimitris, Kemal. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm sharing again my screen with the next presentation.
Just 1 second, we are checking if there is another presentation we can embed in the program. Dimitris? With him?
Kemal, shall I share my screen?
So Dimitris, according to agenda, we have now Dr. Yağcı from FAR+. So let's have him for now. Then we can continue with your presentation, okay?
Okay, so we move session 4 before session 3, if I understand well.
Yeah, it's 3:30 and he's our invited
okay,
speaker.
okay.
So let's have him now. Okay, thank you.
Geliyor mu ses? Tamam. Okay, hello everyone. Sorry for the technical delay. I had a last-minute revision on my slide. I'm sorry for the difficulties. Microphone is open? Okay. I prepared my slides in English, but since there are international guests in here, I thought it would be better to switch to English. I'm representing Farplus, and Turkish automotive tier 1 company, actually becoming a mobility company, which you will see in the following slides. I'm Yavuz Emre. I'm the R&D manager of Farplus, and I'm going to talk about our Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe projects and our way towards reaching our current level. I'm going to talk about some insider points that I think will help the other companies. Farplus is a nearly 50-year-old company in automotive. Actually, Fark Holding is the group of companies, but Farplus is one of the big ones in the automotive, and 250 people work, and also 250 million euros are our annual turnover among the last years. As I have described, it's a big group of companies, Fark Holding, and on the left-hand side, you can see the industry division where Farplus works in automotive and Farrell in household appliances. Farero, Fartform also work in automotive. And the other big four are Fark Labs. It focuses on startups and mobility ecosystem. Actually, we are all very much in interaction and sometimes do projects together. And I want you to focus on the two startups on the industry division, Biotech and Cycle. Actually, they are automotive, electronics, and image processing startups. I think will be important key players in the automotive in the coming years. I represent FARPlus Gebze R&D Center. Our focus is morely on sustainability, circular materials, Industry 4.0, but in our other R&D centers with whom we are collaborating all the time, we also focus on electromobility, hydrogen systems, mobility, and etc. So I think being technically capable for Horizon projects becomes with your business, and having such a big customer portfolio help us advance in the technologies in automotive, and the project management is described here. Starts from design to analysis to prototypes. And our core business is injection molding. I forgot to tell in the previous slides. We make automotive parts, interior and exterior, and under the bonnet parts to all the OEMs I have described before. And TOGG, the new Turkish electrical vehicle, is proudly one of them. And so before coming to Horizon projects, we have many years experience in nationally funded projects. I think these support the lower TRLs really good, and still I believe in the function and the advantage of doing these. They help us bring more technology to Horizon projects. Also, we have had national and international collaborations with institutes and universities, especially the German ones, Fraunhofer and Aachen Lightweight Institute, help us to develop a language to use in Horizon project proposals, because when the time comes, sometimes you have limited time, sometimes as low as 2 weeks, and you have to express your company's needs and capabilities really good during this limited time. Our roadmap studies and memberships with Fraunhofer and AZL help us a lot, and to develop a base material and Industry 4.0 background. Our collaborations with Turkish universities helped us a lot. I have to mention, especially our big data and AI system has strong inputs from İstanbul Technical University, which I'm going to describe in the following slides. So this is our project portfolio. Nearly all projects are active. The first project was multi-cycle. It was our first circular economy project where we were introduced to sustainability and circular economy matters in depth. Because of the COVID, the project had little bit of extension. We are about to conclude it in these weeks, and the rest followed. I'm from Gebze, and also here I mentioned FARC Labs Horizon projects as well. In Gebze, we focus more on sustainability, circularity, material development, and digital transformation. And in FARC Labs, city infrastructures and mobility. More in depth about GEBZE R&D Center projects. Multi-cycle that I described, it's a solvent-based camp cycling project. I think we need more of these solutions. Vital has just started usage of biosourced materials in automotive. The first three, I will focus more on them in the following slides. They are digital transformation oriented. I think these will give us a good background for the calls described today. And also I will talk a little bit of graphene, even though we don't have an Horizon project, but we have a Eureka project with graphene studies. Okay, so before going in depth to our digital transformation projects, I'm going to tell about how we prepared our Industry 4.0 architecture, both for companies' transformation purpose and for Horizon projects. So our core business is injection molding. It's a process where it melts polymer plastic granules and turns them into parts in tools. And our 15 machines are fully connected to our big data system. We get nearly 60 process parameters from them, and not only from the machines, but also from other sensors like image processing or SAP or manufacturing execution system. We get various data and try to have meanings from them. This is how the data flows from collecting to visualizing it. It's quite a complex architecture system where which we started with Istanbul Technical University and then totally made it or modified from scratch. Now it's freshly running version 2 at the moment. Also, I should mention our SAP manufacturing execution system is connected to SAP. Not only your individual inputs, but also the programs, the software that you use in the company should be capable of your capable for your digital transformation. And this is a Apache-based big data architecture in which we get data from mostly injection molding machines and sensors, hopefully more from robots as well. So I've shown some in-field applications. On the left is the visual inspection system where we make pictures and we can detect defects on parts, and a warning system that totally gets feedback from FAR+ AI and warns the operators that even without seeing anything, the coming part might be a not okay part. So we developed these algorithms by ourselves or improved them in-house. some examples, defects found by image processing AI, and a trend algorithm on the right side. All injection data in multiple dimensions are simplified to 2 dimensions, and then we can see the trends in the last year for a single machine, single part. These were the backgrounds that supported to write proposals, to take part in proposals, and to have more value in the project. So we try to be one of the technology providers. If not, even if we are an end user, we'd like to support the technology, support the solution. Teaming AI is one of our digital transformation projects. It aims that the human and machine work nicely together. This is like AI warning the operators, the workers about the quality issues, and the operators and the setup operators teaching the AI to have a better mutual benefit. And you can see our partnership in here. We demonstrate one of the 3 use cases. And the next project is I4Q. Again, a big partnership, material institutes, AI institutes, and end users like us work together. And this project aims to deliver IoT-based solutions to manufacturing field. Last but not the least, Revolution is the project where we propose the idea actually, and therefore with the supportive and hardworking time during the writing of the proposal, we were asked to be the coordinator of the project. Actually, this was our second round of projects, and first round was multi-cycle in 2018, and in 2020 we were asked to be the coordinator of the project. It's halfway through, and we are doing really good in this project. I'm going to give more information about this. And before that, FARplus is doing really good, not only being a coordinator in a project, our percentage of being accepted to project is quite high. If the general ratio is 10%, for FARplus is 30%. So like every 3 projects that FARplus has contributed out of 10 has been accepted. This was a green initiative, lightweight project. You know, for internal combustion engines, it was important so that cars would consume less fuel. Now for electrical vehicle cars, they will have more mileage, so lightweight is still important. It was a green initiative, lightweight goal. We have introduced AI and digital transformation and circular economy to project. We said, why not using recycled materials in challenging parts in the cars, and using AI for material development and using AI for processing those materials. And this idea has been accepted with a success, and we're running this project with 14 other partners. And this is all about our summary, what we do in FARPlus. We are looking forward to collaborate with many other partners and also local partners, especially compounders and material providers and Turkish OEMs support us. We work with many of them in this project. We work with Tofaş, in some we work Renault. So we're looking forward to collaborate more with national and international partners. So today's concentration focus was about more AI and robotics and graphene usage in the specific goals. I think FARPlus base and experience in these projects will contribute to these goals. We're looking forward to work together. I've given the contacts of my colleagues from Funds and Projects Department. If you would like to discuss and cooperate with us, we are looking forward to it. Soru var mı? Türkçe.
One of the questions for general interest would be that how did you find those consortiums, or did they approach you, or you contacted them? How did you take your knowledge of the industry and your existing work on Industry 4.0 to them to discuss these innovation ideas?
I think for each project we have a different case. For one, we were invited by an OEM. The other one, network events, even before the pandemic, face-to-face network events helped a lot. And then the latest one is the former group that we are already working together. So when you get into these projects, you start to become a team, and they automatically you switch to the next goal. So we try to use every opportunity.
And how much of this architecture that you showcased with NiFi and Kafka and other things, how much it has adopted based on your experience and participation in these projects? How your technology is set up?
It's fully adapted, and we don't keep it concrete. We change it also to the expectations of the project and customer. In some projects, we let partners to bond to our system, to attach to our system, and get real-time data as well. We also support them in this manner.
Thank you.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
So we are also glad to have Dr. Yağcı as an experienced and successful speaker, player from Turkey. So Dimitris, are you with us to take the floor?
Yes, I'll share my screen in a while.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen in presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the last presentation. Initially under session 3, we were including 2 separate presentations, but we decided together with Usman to merge them into one. And we are dealing about proposal preparation. And what I would, our aim here is to show to other participants like FARPlus how they can further enhance their proposal preparation capabilities, but also for newcomers to understand better what are their the main, let's say, challenges about proposal preparation, and including also joining consortia. So I will start with the presentation, and in some point, Usman will also take the lead. Now, some basic issues on collaborative projects and proposal preparations. First of all, here we are talking about participants who have a major role or the leading role in the proposal preparation. So if you have just a minor task to perform or being a user partner, then the burden of for the proposal preparation is relatively low. Whereas when you take the lead and coordinate proposal preparation, then things become quite demanding, and you need to be well prepared and organized. Now, there are a lot of different documents that someone can go through and read to understand better the Horizon Europe program. However, I will not recommend this to newcomer, even to experienced people, because it takes too much time. It's better to focus on what are on areas that are of interest for someone, identify the right funding opportunities, and build knowledge based on this. And knowledge could start being built from events like the one we have today. There are several info days with presentations and video material available online, frequently asked questions, reports, etc., that someone can identify and read through so that they can understand better what are the requirements for the areas of their interest. Now, it is also really important to understand the topic and interpret the requirements of the European Commission, so that initial ideas that may have been generated are turned into project concepts and winning proposals. There are two somehow conflicting tasks that that an applicant has to do successfully in a proposal. Is first of all to be ambitious, both in innovation actions and of course research and innovation actions, and at the same time convincing, especially for research and innovation action. This could be really contrasting, because the more ambitious someone can be, the less easy is to convince the evaluators that they can really deliver what they promise. So we need to be also realistic, work on our strength, but also try to address weaknesses by involving the right partners, for instance. The whole experience and the whole process, it's not trivial, for sure. especially from the driver's seat, the coordinator's perspective, and needs a lot of attention and intensive work. Now, there is no standard formula whatsoever for the proposal development. Personally, I have seen quite a few different ways of working for the proposal preparation being equally successful. So it's up to each of the applicants to decide what fits best for them. But a good starting point is to understand what is the state of the art. So what is the actual technologies that have been recently developed, what are the research activities around the area of interest, and also analyze the potential value that can be added, the innovation potential in this respect. As you have noticed today, although we had several presentations on research and innovation topics of low TRL, the linkage with either societal challenges or industrial applications was very clear and was required. So in any case, again, it is important to link your concept with real world application cases. Identifying and allocating the roles of the partners is also important, so that each of the involved actors are actually understand actually what is the expected role, both in the proposal preparation but also in the project. And the best way to develop concepts and approaches is to work in collaboration with at least a bunch of core partners. Of course, the work plan of each of the project proposals should be developed in terms of core activities and the work packages, and then broken down into tasks. The proposal templates, I'm pretty sure that all of you are quite familiar with the templates that we have to use. We will go through these later on. One also important issue is to allocate the effort and the budget in a transparent way and with agreement of all partners, so that there are no areas of potential conflict and dispute during the implementation of the project. And of course, fill in all the details in the EC portal and submit the proposal. So in this diagram, you can see an indicative, again, way that a proposal can be, let's say, developed. We have two potential starting points. The first is that someone has already an idea and tries to identify the relevant funding opportunities, or it might be vice versa. They might not have a specific idea and then identify some funding opportunities that they in an area that they are interested in, and they're trying to build a new project idea based on the requirements of the commission. In both cases, the end result should be more or less matching the needs of the applicants and their motivation with the requirements of the European Commission. At this stage, also the concept note is being prepared with the draft work plan structure with the participation of the core partners. So as a second stage is when the proposal is being prepared. where the consortium is being built, and the different parts of the proposal, including objectives, ambitions, concept and methodology, as well as work plan descriptions, are being elaborated in detail, along with the roles, responsibilities of the partners and the budget. So these are incorporated into the template of the part B of the proposal, which is, as you probably know, is structured in 3 sections: excellence, impact, and implementation. There is also part A, where the administrative information, an abstract summary, some ethics related issues are being included in the submission system before the full proposal is being submitted. So just to give you the way that a proposal, a concept and project proposal should be formulated, there are, let's say, 3 elements that should be aligned. It's the topic, the requirements, the scope, expected outcome. It's the idea, the concept that the partner, the coordinator, or the core partners have, and it's also the consortium as a whole. So the requirements of the topic should be reflected in the concept, in the type and capabilities, competencies of the partners, and all of these should be somehow linked through a narrative and become a story that has some structural, let's say, elements, but is well formulated and digested by the evaluators. I think now, Usman, you can take the lead.
Okay, thank you, Dimitris. So for those who are not actively involved in developing a proposal, I think this is a question that kind of represents a challenge. And this is why I asked earlier about a local experience of getting into a consortia or making your way into the European funding program. So there are 2 ways, obviously. You start yourself or you join somebody. So this is the starting yourself approach, which is about coming up with ideas. So you have to, be ambitious and creative and, kind of forward-looking to come up with the idea that addresses a real problem. It can be based on your company strategy or your own research interest, depending where you're coming from. So basically, clarify the problem, propose solutions, state-of-art innovation potential. You have to do some groundwork yourself to come up with a kind of a couple of pages of an extended abstract that you can take it to others and convince others to join your team. Once you have that, then identify the breakdown of the work. So who do you need to work with you in order to deliver this project? So European projects being collaborative in nature. Just to give you an idea, some of and this is coming from my personal experience, maybe other people have different, but over the number of years, the European project consortiums have evolved a little bit. So previously, what was considered a good team was composed of 7 to 8 partners, very focused roles. And now for the same budget, we are looking at 14, 15 partners, each doing a little bit of kind of focused activity, but helping to promote the impact and awareness, through the contributions from different sectors, different regions, different type of companies. And therefore, the projects up to 8 million, it is quite common to see 18, 20 companies being partnered in that type of project. For project which is over 4 to 5 million, it is common to see 10, 12 partners. Maybe these are the upper limits. but 10, 12 partners in that type of consortia. So think about, who do you need, and then who else you can engage as complementary partners in order to expand the scope a little bit, in order to distribute the work, in order to engage with more stakeholders, in order to, promote the awareness and dissemination and communication of the project. And then define roles and responsibilities, because it's always good that these things are fine-grained so that people are not confused about who's doing what from very early on. And then from there, you need to look for the partners, and then I put some kind of parameters that you can take into consideration while looking for partners. So what are the type, sector, expertise, commitments, experience, project, country, rate, all of these criteria that you can apply. And some of them, would have a more higher rating than the others, depending on, what is your optimization function, let's say. For example, in terms of type, are they large companies? Are they small companies? Are they research organizations? Are they non-profit organizations? And you need a mix of all of these in order to be called a good consortia, because then it represents that the fact that you have a good representation of different stakeholders from this industry. Sector is like, are they users? Are they researchers? They are technology companies, they're non-profit organizations, and they're associations that act as multipliers of impact. Expertise, like, okay, technical or research or others. Commitment is difficult to say, but in terms of whether they are committed to actually come with you and work with you on this idea, or you want them and therefore you want to bring them in just to cash on their name. Sometimes it's also needed. You need some recognized name in the consortia to add some weight into your proposition. And experience and previous projects, okay, it also helps if you're working with people who have previous experience, not only of the domain and the problem, but also maybe previous projects, so they know how to work in European project. You don't need to tell them every day what is needed and how. And country is also something to consider, because ideally European projects are supposed to be kind of representative of different type of geographical regions, to show that the impact and reach and contributions of the project are diversified in terms of the geolocations of the partners. And rate is also interesting, because at the end of the day you have some higher limits on the budgets, and therefore maybe you don't want to work with all the expensive partners, because then you cannot have too many partners. You don't want to work with too many cheap partners as well, because maybe they do not represent value for money, even at a cheaper rate. So you need a mix of all these things in order to compose a balanced consortium. And then how do you find competent partners? So again, as I asked the question, so there are different ways. There are like networks. People, you're a friend of a friend, then previous projects, once you're in a project, you can talk to partners. Project websites, also, interesting resources. So if you are doing a project and proposal in robotics, it's good to look at the previously funded robotic projects. That, these 50 companies were partnered in these projects, and you can approach them, and, most of the companies would be interested in talking to you about new projects. Call pages, like the funding call pages, they also have a list of companies who have shown interest on those topics. Info days are networking days like this, like the ones that are organized by European Commission in Brussels. And all of these kind of activities and events are where you discuss projects and you find opportunities to actually find partner. The main thing is that you should know what you want to do and who you're looking for. Once you have answers to this, then you can take advantage of any of these opportunities in order to find the people. Then how do you attract competent partners? So I want to, for example, in IoT project, I want to work with Siemens, and I'm very interested because they have the relevant technology, the platform, the name, and also the pull factor. If you are working with Siemens, it shows that, okay, if they've shown or they put their weight into your proposal, then maybe they are interested in something, either in the technology, its impact, the relevance of this technology with their business and things like that. So how do you attract these type of partners that you really need to work with you? So first of all, clarity of concept. You need to be very sellable. The concept needs to be very sellable in the sense that it needs to show value proposition without you having to explain it to them, again and again. Then clarity of expected contributions. Also, Siemens would like to know that what would be their role in this. So the idea is nice, but what would they do? So you need to be able to tell them, okay, this is a role for them. and maybe only then they will commit once they understand the role and they find it interesting. And then, of course, early bird gets the worm means like you approach them first before they engage in 2-3 kind of competitive bids, and then maybe they will not be available to work on other proposals. So some of these tricks from experience, over a period of time you develop, and I try to summarize them here to help you, kind of look for partners that you think are relevant. Now, on the other side, if you are not leading a proposal and you are interested in joining one, then try to understand the need, expected role, and responsibilities. So basically, in all of these calls, you should see, if you want to join a consortium, you should see what you can do in these calls. Either you have a facility which can be used as a test bed, either you have the technology which you think can fit in there, either you have the research skill or paper, the publications that you think are relevant to some of these topics. All of these things, are the criteria that other people are also looking for. So in those info days, in those, kind of networking sessions, try to sell those. And try to be ambitious. That is always good, but not overcommitting. So maybe it's not too good to say that you can do everything, yeah, because at the end you can't, and then it becomes a difficult kind of situation to handle. But at the same time, some from my experience of what I can call a good partner. So background, so you need to have a relevant background. A robotic call would obviously would look for somebody who has experience and knowledge and technology or know-how or test bed for applying robotics. Then experience and expertise. So you have the relevant experience. You either have the skill, the publications, the research, or the relevant technologies. Expertise is also you have the people who are willing from your company to work on the project. You have the resources. You have the concreteness. It is very interesting that you should know that, okay, this is the particular type of subject or topic that I can work on, and not everything else. Yeah, so it's good to be very kind of clear on your possible contribution and what you're offering to the mix. And then finally, proactiveness. I put it before responsiveness, because the responsiveness is that you are waiting for somebody to call you. Proactiveness is you go out and talk to people. Yeah, so the events like this, raise your hand, talk to people, see your relevant profiles, look at LinkedIn, look at info days, look at call pages, engage with people. In this research innovation domain, there are always people looking for new contacts, new ideas, fresh stream of kind of contacts. In my 15 years of working, I've never worked with the same set of partners, however ideal they were, for in more than 2-3 projects. I mean, we had an excellent project. It received 15 out of 15. It passed excellent review. And you would see that maybe many others will agree with me that not even 50% of those partners will go into the next project. That's just European project. It's not that I don't want to work with them. It's just that the next set of topics is maybe not relevant to all of them. It's not, maybe they are overcommitted or not committed to the next topic, or maybe my priorities have changed. I will only maybe carry out of 30 partners, 2-3 partners to the next one. And in the next 30 partners, maybe 25 to 27 will be the new partners. And this is very, very encouraging for new partners, for people like yourself who are interested in entering into the project, that people are out there looking for new partners. And therefore you should be proactive in trying to promote yourself. So how do you identify? So expression of interest on call pages. So all of these calls that were discussed today, if you go on their European portal pages, their expression of interest, you can fill up that form and maybe somebody will approach you. You can attend EC Info Days and networking days like this. European Commission, also invites people to attend the formal information days. You can discuss innovative agendas and in your collaborative networks, so people who are you working with, your business networks, your research partners, your collaborators. You can join relevant communities. So some of the communities, like they were mentioned today here as well, these communities are where people discuss mutual interest and also project and proposal. And then start early. As soon as the call comes out, the deadline is in November. Now we are in June, July. Start looking for opportunities, start chasing people, trying to, kind of generate interest. And be the helping hand. Everybody wants to, get help. Especially in the proposal writing, it's very, very kind of tiring process, and everybody wants some sort of helping hand. Be the one who can offer support in terms of writing, in terms of discussion of ideas, in terms of getting the proposal through. So with these experiences, the next step is once you are in that stage where you want to put pen to paper. So template, start with a template. Of course, there's an official template. We'll look into that in the next few slides, but it's just a template. It's not the formula in which the commission wants the medicine in. It's basically just structural guidelines that they want to see in the proposal in this. But you can always tune the template, and I will discuss some of my personal experience with you in the next few slides. So basically, a good template should be the one that delivers a very interesting and clear proposal. Yeah, it's not the one where all the headings and the formatting was according to the template. It's the one which is a balanced proposal and provides a clear idea and makes the evaluator's life easier. Now, template is typically a European proposal template is composed of these two parts, part A and part B. So part A is basically the administrative part where you need to fill some forms on the European portal. And part B is where the interesting stuff goes, where all the stories go. So the part B has 3 sections: excellence, impact, and implementation. We'll discuss them in the next slides. But before all this happens, you need to go through the administrative part, which means you need to go to the portal, the European portal, you fill out the administration, you register yourself, you get the PIC numbers. And after that, once the proposal is being submitted, you need to fill up the administration forms again to fill up the budget, and you need to upload the proposal and submit it. So basically, one thing is doing the researcher's work of writing a paper, and second being the administrative work of filling up the budget and other forms. Now, the new template, the Horizon Europe template, is slightly different from the previous one. Previously, it was 70 pages. Now it's 45 pages. So, but the scope and the expectation has not reduced. Only the number of pages has reduced, which means it's more of a challenge to fill in everything now in 45 pages. Previously, it was a challenge for 70. So now most of this is 45, with the exception where it explicitly says 70 pages, which is I've not seen in my little experience in the last 2-3 calls. They can ask for an extended version as well, but typically it's 45 pages, CSAs are 30, and therefore this is the most you have to do. Now, these are some of the terms that are used in the proposal. So risk, deliverables, impact, milestone, objectives, outcomes. So these are pretty self-explanatory. I think, Dimitris, if you can elaborate the difference between objectives and outcomes, maybe it would be interesting to know how to differentiate between.
This is what has changed in the new template is that a new terminology has entered, which is the outcomes. So objectives are goals that are accomplished within the project duration, whereas outcomes are the medium term, let's say, impacts, whereas the impact terminology is used only for the long term, let's say, achievements and of the project, so after the end of the project.
So in next, some of the things that are kind of mandatory to consider is open science. So the Commission now wants a specific emphasis on open science and gender dimension. So how your work will contribute towards some of the principles, open science principles, how if your work will take into account the gender dimension, and how do you try to provide a strategy that ensures gender balance. And previously it was only relevant in some of the calls, but now it's pretty much universal. So you have to do it for any type of project where gender plays a role or not, or other things that are relevant or not. You have to fill up these sections. And then pathway to impact, measures to maximize impact, AI, do not harm principle is also something you find not very relevant in many projects, but this is mandatory part, and they want some sort of a kind of a submission that, okay, you have taken them into account. Now, finally, so with all that, the next few slides will focus on, and I think the previous ones taking into account them as well. So what is this? The proposal is a work of art, is it science, engineering, or is both? So I would say it's both, because It's something of your proposition. You're presenting it to somebody for approval, and therefore it needs to have the science and engineering part to make it convincing. At the same time, it needs to be work of art, because you need to sell it. Otherwise, the evaluators will get 8 to 10 proposals to review, and they have very short time to review it. And if they just see science in it and nothing appealing, which is pleasant to their eyes, maybe they won't rank it. And on the other hand, if it's all art and no science, even then they will not rank it. So you need to have a nice balance between them. And I'll try to elaborate a little bit in the next slide what I mean by that. So the main, from my personal experience, the suggestion coming in is to make it sellable. So the first two templates that I'm showing you are the submitted proposals that we submitted in the Horizon kind of program. And as you can see, they are piece of science. Yeah, there's good science in them. They're all descriptive. They show a lot of text. And this is concrete text, yeah, evaluated and approved by professors. And in the next two proposals, you see a bit of balanced approach. The concrete science, but with some pictures that show some sort of interestingness, some colors, different shades and tables and infographics and other pictures that show that make it a little bit more appealing to the eye. Yeah? So still science, but balanced and just pure science. The other thing to consider here, look at how the paper is filled. There are 45 pages. Pages are a limited resource in Horizon Europe. And therefore, all of your ideas, all of your interestingness should be contained within 45 pages. So if you look at the first two, so effectively they've lost half a page on the first page, and they use the whole page for table of content. On the next one, again, same problem. They effectively lost 1.5 pages on first two. So look here now, just half page for what they use the 2 pages for. Here as well, half page for the table. This is kind of something meaningful. So basically it kind of serves the purpose. And guess what? The results, when they came out, the first 2 were rejected. The last 2 were accepted, you see? So it's not to say that that was bad science or bad design, or this was good science or good design, but it's just that, that these 2 are more sellable. So make your work sellable. This is just a kind of a suggestion here. Next one, please. Now, with that, we enter the template. So the template has 3 sections. The first one, excellence, as mentioned below, impact, and implementation. Now we're going to have a quick look at these 3 sections and what goes in them. So next slide, we will look at the excellence. So excellence, these are the mandatory parts. So your proposal should have elaboration of these topics. So should define the state of, the rationale and background, where you're coming from, and overall aim and objectives of what you want to do and its breakdown. And you put ambition here, which is about state of art. And then the methodology about concept and approach, and overall methodology of how the project will be kind of conducted and how things will develop. And then relevance to national initiatives and the other necessary parts, which are maybe relevant, highly relevant, or maybe no relevant, but you still need to provide justification and convincing text for those about open science and research data management and compliance stuff. On the next slide, we will show you that what this template can evolve into. So again, coming from experience, the first 2 pages sell the proposal. Yeah, the first 2 pages, if you just make it rationale and background, which is what the template requires, you put 2 pages of background there. Oh, there are so many problems in this domain. There's so many issues, and the rationale is to do this, to do that. They will get bored. You have to provide the whole story somehow in the first 2 pages, and there can be different ways, and I'll describe. I'll show you an example on the next slide as well. But use the figure illustrative scenarios. I think this is the best approach to provide the background, then figure describing how you can, what is the problem and how you can solve it. Then this template is a formal template. You can stretch it to include some of the other bits which add value to your proposal. So you show the vision, you show the challenges, you show the KPIs of the objective. So don't just state key objectives. You put KPIs with each objective, and they're measurable as, need to be measurable as also required by the calls. Then you put the technical architecture, the pilot scenario, the methodological challenge, the management methodology. You can extend it to whatever you can cover in the given time, in the given space, and in the given scope of these two grand headings, which are the objective and the methodology. So basically, again, template just provides you guideline. What you need is to make it sellable. And by sellable, everybody can have a different way of selling things. Yeah, this is, for example, my way of selling things by putting this type of additional information in section 1. On the next slide. So one more, a picture says 1,000 words. So this is, I think, in the context of European proposal, there's a #1 rule for, for making it sellable. Next, here, I show you why it is sellable, why it says 1,000 words. So this is a proposal that currently won. And this was the figure on page 2. So if you look at this figure, so some people are doing some concrete kind of mixing, then they're using the pressurized pumps to actually lay the concrete in a tunnel, and this is manual labor. Now what is happening is that a robot is scanning the tunnel, and then this robotic application is kind of doing the tunnel, applying the concrete on the tunnel. There's a human that is monitoring the progress, and the robot is doing the quality check. So all of this, you need at least 4 or 5 pages to explain the background, the operational process, and what innovation will bring in. But in a matter of a paragraph space, we have elaborated the whole proposal. So basically on page 2, the proposal is sold already. Yeah? They don't need to read all of technical details, because to understand the idea, because the idea is so simple to present. Now, the proposal can talk about all the details of what sensing technology will be used, what sensors and data is required here, what type of robotic grippers and manipulators are needed here. So this is my way of selling a proposal. This is, I think, what makes it a bit more convincing as well as concrete and easy to understand approach. Now, going to section 2. So section 2, again, has a kind of a guidelines for this type of section. So it should describe the pathways towards impact. So expected impacts are impacts that are coming from the call. There are 1 or 2 topics that we elaborated before. Then contribution to expected impact in the destination. So this is a higher level, which is about European strategic objectives. No harm, requirements, and potential barriers. So whatever you consider can be the barriers for impact. So it is important to see here that we are talking about impact. So this is not about requirements and potential barrier for technical implementation. This is for actually the impact. So why the impact of this will be less than expected or something like that. And then what you would do in order to maximize the impact. Next. So here, some of the ideas in which we can further expand this section. Some of the other bits we can add in this section. So you can stretch section 2 to include pathways with concrete KPIs. So you can show we can take this pathway to achieve a better impact. And this is the KPI, or this pathway or that pathway. Then pathways towards destination. So destination is emerging technologies. Yeah. So the topic is robotic application, but destination is emerging technology. So you can have pathway for robotic application and a pathway for emerging technology, how European sovereignty and technological kind of leadership will be established through this proposal. Little bit of grand vision. Then standardization, it's not covered here, but it's one of the very, very highly regarded areas of interest for European Commission. So show some impact towards standardization, how the techniques that you have developed, approach you are developing contributes towards existing standards, application of standards, and how the standards can be enhanced or validated in this project. Target groups, nowhere to be mentioned here, but very interesting to know what are the target groups, how they will be impacted, what are the solutions relevant to different target groups. It shows your grip on the subject, that the solution is not only for you, but these are the groups in the society on the target domain, which can impact, which will get the impact of your outcomes. Then communication, dissemination, exploitation, supported by measurable KPIs. So here's dissemination strategies are mentioned, but there's no mention of KPIs in the template. You should mention KPI that you will have 5 publications. Your Facebook page will be liked by 500 people every year, and you will have like 50 events in 3 years. And these are the KPIs that will show that, okay, first of all, it will give the European evaluators or the project officers basically a tool to measure your success or your work. So they will find it easy to work with you because you've not said that, okay, we will have a wider impact, which is difficult to quantify. They don't know what it means. And everybody can say that, okay, I had a wider impact. But when they know that, okay, you have a fine-grained KPI, then it makes a PO's life easier because he can ask you, okay, how many publications you had? Why didn't you have it? It makes your life easier because you know the targets. Then market analysis and identification of key exploitation results. So it's good, especially in innovation action projects, to have this key exploitation results listed. So you know what are the exploitable assets coming out of the project before the project is finished. So also shows a grip on the subject and your kind of vision towards greater impact in the project. And here I just show you that how interesting, you know, kind of a section 2 document can be made with these type of tables. Of course, there are not many figures to show standardization and this, you know, other type of impact, but you can use tables, you can use different type of colors. Here, I've even included a SWOT analysis here to show the weaknesses and strengths and, you know, opportunities available to this project and things like that. You can, you know, little bit of do diversification of this template. Section 3. So this is the final thing. This is about implementation. And here again, the template asks for basically the overall structure, what would be the breakdown, the work packages and tasks, and then finally, what would be the, you know, the consortium and the organizational structure that will be used in the project. And on next slide, we show you that how you can do a little bit more than that. So first of all, okay, this is very self-explanatory, you know, complementarities between partners, critical infrastructure, partners' main role and contribution. You can have very, very brief descriptions of partners and their roles. So this is all self-explanatory, but you can also include risks in this. So this is always good. I think highly recommended to have risk in the proposal. So it also shows that you have done some due diligence on the work that you're doing, and careful with budget and other aspects, which I think are quite natural to understand. So one other question that can be that how long these descriptions can be. Like here you see the template of one of the samples I'm showing here, it shows the typical length of a task description. As you see, this is not like one page of a task. For example, to define a deep learning algorithm that will analyze, you know, the depth and width of Earth's crust, it can be described in 6 lines, basically. You don't need more than that, basically, because you don't have space. So just try to keep it like focused and crisp, and they will get the idea. Next.
So I think now,
yes, Dimitris. Yes.
I can focus on this. It's if you notice in section 2, there is a new subsection 2.3. Where it's an actual summary of the impact section plus some additional information. So it's a kind of novelty in the template in Horizon Europe. It was not in Horizon 2020 in the previous framework program, and it covers specific needs, the expected results, dissemination, exploitation, and communication measures, target groups, outcomes, and impacts. All of these are included already in the impact section or in section 1 in relation to, for instance, the specific needs. But here the Commission asked that they are somehow presented in an interrelated manner in a table format, so that it is clear for the evaluator how the different needs are being addressed and under which channels, dissemination, exploitation channels, what are the relevant impact target groups, etc. So you can see in this slide just some examples of how one can organize a table with the impact canvas, as we call it. So being again quantified, providing some quantified indicators. It helps a lot so that the evaluator can better understand the overall project, what is their expected outcomes, impact, and what are the challenges, the needs that are being addressed. And I think here, Usman again has his own, let's say, suggestion about how the table can be better organized so that it becomes more sellable. Please.
Yes, just a sample here to show that how these 2 pages can be utilized up to the most, and at the same time highlighting the key aspects, you know, just using different colors, bold, and just organizing things in such a way that it makes them stand out, you know, easy to look at, easy to understand. So just a sample.
So, yeah, please, Usman. Yeah.
Yeah, just to say that, okay, as you looked at it, this is a summary. Yeah, so maybe some of the evaluators would be tired, would have other things to do, and would not be very interested in reading each of the pages of section 2. So they would just go at summary and see, okay, what are you proposing here? Yeah, and therefore just spend the adequate amount of time on that summary. Make it very concrete. It will reflect the impact of your project. So therefore, start early on that. Don't just leave it for the last minute, because maybe, you know, it will need more time than you expected. And also try to discuss it with different partners. Maybe what you think is the impact is not a greater impact to another partner, or maybe their expected impact is from their perspective, from a user perspective, for example, from a research perspective, from a technical perspective, are different than your perspective. And therefore consult with partners, make it concrete, spend more time on it, and make sure that, you know, this adequately represents the essence of your overall impact.
And as a concluding, let's say, slides on what we have been presenting so far, what I would suggest is that if you are on the coordinator seat, or if you are within the core partners, you have to familiarize yourself with extending your own, let's say, pushing your limits, and find a real comfort on outside your comfort zone. It could be outside your knowledge and competencies. It could be from a different perspective that you have to adopt. It might need from your side to open to outsiders, to organizations and people that you don't know and you have never collaborated with. And of course, include experts from other areas of expertise that have their different, let's say, perspective, and you need to work with them to synthesize concrete concepts. So don't be afraid. That's my suggestion, and I'm repeating to myself every time I work for a proposal, to push your limits and get out of your comfort zone. It might be difficult at the beginning, but then it might be rewarding, given the intense competition that more or less in all calls the applicants experience. Now, I won't go through the TRL levels. You can check them yourself. What I would like to give you is just an indication about the time frame from the proposal submission till the grant signature. So within, let's say, 2 to 3 months, depending from the submission, you may get the invitation if approved, or again, or the rejection if rejected, of course. And projects may start, let's say, 8 months after the call deadline. As you probably know well, there are 3 major criteria where you will be evaluated. which correspond to the 3 sections of part B. So excellence criteria, impact criteria, and implementation criterion. So, and by ending this presentation and I think the day today, I would like to give you some questions to think about on proposal preparation. I strongly believe that you have to focus on what you're enjoying mostly in the whole process, and there are quite a lot of things that you might be enjoying, and ask for help on these issues that you might not feel very comfortable with, or might not enjoy a lot, because you will need definitely some support throughout this intensive and time-consuming process of proposal preparation and submission. So thank you very much. I don't know if there are some questions, clarifications.
So we are here for some time, and otherwise we are here tomorrow when we have one-to-one discussion sessions and also proposal building activity. So I will be here with the other colleagues who to coordinate that exercise, and I think in that exercise we'll find a lot of opportunity to discuss mutual interest and also address your concerns and queries. So thank you very much for your participation. If you have anything, as I said, I'll be here for some time. Otherwise, we catch up tomorrow. Okay, I guess we catch up tomorrow.